3, 2, 1. Okay, YouTube is live. Good afternoon, YouTube. Okay, Instagram. Let's go. In 3, 2, 1. Live on the gram. Good afternoon, IG. And last but not least. Okay. Get that. Good. Boom. Okay, top post on X. See you guys on.
Time alone when I am perfectly willing.
Tora, do you have the slideshow ready to go to present the artwork, or is that something that Mark's going to display?
Mark's going to do that.
I don't care about her past. I don't care what she's been through. I just want to feel one night with good love, baby. That's all I want to do. So, baby, if you got that feeling, well, I want to give you that midnight healing. You know what I'm talking about, yeah. Just turn the lights down low. Come right on over here to me. I know you don't want no commitments, baby. I just want to set your body free. And I don't care what's going on in the night outside my door. I just want to get your head right, baby. Give you all the love I got for sure. So, baby, just wanna make love to you all night long. Midnight healing, baby. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Okay. Welcome everybody. We're just gonna do a quick sound check and make sure everything is right. And once I hear my voice, we'll be good to go. And then we are gonna go over the winners of the best of the best. Okay, let me get this up here. We got a few guests with us. And let's get going. All right. Okay, voice sounds good. Everything sounds good. Okay. Let me make sure that everything is right here. Yeah. Okay. Good. Good. Let me check my things. Okay. Good. That's right. All right. We're good to go. Let's get going. Gonna be a quick show. I don't think this show is gonna be that long. We are here to do a live reveal and announce and show the winners of the best, the Webby open call. We have Creative Owls. We have Chiro with us today. And we also have Ghost, who is one of the sponsors. We're going to see if I think the other two sponsors had prior commitments. So we will see if they have a chance to make it in at 10. For 10 minutes to say hi. If not, then they will remain behind the scenes. However, I'd like to welcome everybody. It's a special HOP. It is the reveal of all of the winners. And yeah, so I'm excited. I do want to say a couple things before we start. This is the first time I've ever done anything like this. And I've never shied away from making anything a lot more complicated than it needed to be. I enjoy complications. I like when things are grandiose, and I've never known how to not do anything big. So with that being said, there's some details that got knocked off along the way. It's just minor details, nothing that's going to affect the outcome of everything that we have planned, except for shifting a couple dates here and there. So I want to thank everybody who has had the time and the patience. I want to thank everybody who has entered. I want to thank everybody who has the time and patience when it comes to us figuring out the end of this. Well, mostly me. I'm working out the end of this competition as well. This open call. As we go along, there's a lot of moving parts and pieces. What I am attempting to do is take an open call, create an exhibition from it, and then walk it all the way to the end of a live auction online where we can possibly produce some sales for some artists. Not only that, but possibly make some sales within the live exhibition as well. Prints for photographers. One of the hardest things to do in this industry, especially in fine art, if you look at the numbers, the ratio between photography sales and fine art sales, physical fine art sales is tremendous. It's very lopsided. A lot of people do not invest in photography, and so therefore the galleries do not display photographs as much as they do live physical art. And I think that's a shame. I'm a photographer. Most of you guys know that. I am have a very extensive background when it comes to photography, and I don't think photography should differ from any other art, and it should have its chance to shine. And so me, Chiroa, Webby, Owls, we all got together and we created this open call to give photographers a chance to shine. And so without further ado, I want to bring on these guys. I want to have a little bit of a discussion for them, and then we're going to go and bring up all of the winners in each category. We also have some honorary mentions. I will discuss all of this as I bring up all of these pieces. I had a very distinct way of doing things and thinking about things. I did want to bring in and bring on as many winners as I possibly could. And there was a lot of, unexpected issues that happened throughout the open call that were handled with class. I want to thank Webby. I want to thank Chiroa. I want to thank Owls for that. We were able to maneuver around and pivot because, like I said, this is the first time we're ever attempting to do anything like this. And I've never not been successful at something that I've attempted. But, new territory right now. So, without further ado, let me bring these guys on. Chiroa, say hello to, oh, wait, hang on, let me get IG over here. Chiroa, say hello to everybody. Wait, you need to unmute, please. Okay.
Of course.
There you go. All right.
Hi, everyone. Really excited to see what Marc's going to reveal today and hear his thoughts about all of the artworks that he selected.
So welcome back to the show. It started off with you and me doing an extensive show about not only the open call, but a little bit about my background. Here we are at the end of the open call. Something that has changed that we should let everybody know is we were planning to do the live reveal in the gallery. We had a complication with some of these guys when it came to submitting. It seems like not everybody might have read the open call as well as we wrote it. I also think that maybe we should have put a pixel format size on there as well to let them know, hey, we need this because this is going to print afterwards. So that being said, the live reveal is going to take place here on computer screen as we wait for all the files to come in so that we could get them printed and then get the exhibition up and going. So with that being said, the live reveal we had to alter it and get a little creative with it because I would have loved to done the live reveal with the prints. Unfortunately, in life, not everything goes as planned. So, you made the suggestion that we roll forward. I agreed with it. I didn't want to agree with it, but I agreed with it. Let me switch the camera here because I know you guys can't see me. Now that I'm thinking, I forgot to switch that. So let me do that real quick so we can have a conversation. Okay, there we go, much better. Chiroa, I didn't want to agree with pushing it, to releasing it and getting it out. And you made the suggestion when we, looking over the files, and you were like, not everybody's print ready here. I'm like, well, shit, what do we do? And so let's roll forward. And it hurt to say that because, when you get married to an idea, you want to execute that idea perfectly. But we had to get creative, and you suggested let's do a live reveal show. And, after an hour of sitting around and thinking, I said, all right, you know what? The last thing I want to do is I hate moving the goalposts. I don't want to keep pushing it off and pushing it off. I don't think that's fair to the artists. I don't think that's fair to the sponsors. I don't think that's fair to Webby. I don't think that's fair to anyone. So we altered the live reveal for today. We got you guys a part of this. And yeah. So that being said, maybe we could talk 5 minutes about the success of the open call and how did you guys feel about the open call?
I thought you did fantastic. You had, I didn't even pull up my statistics here. You had goals in mind for how many images that you were hoping to have up at the time. You exceeded your goals. And so we had a really, really excellent response. Oh my gosh. Some of the artwork that came in was absolutely mind blowing. We have like some really superior photographers that came in. It was just overall a really beautiful showcase of artwork by everybody that submitted. I think it was a tremendous success. I mean, it's your first open call. Like it was, people are not familiar with like hopping on with you and doing this yet. And yet we still delivered like something tremendous. So I think they're only going to get better. They're only going to get bigger. So you did a really great job. You promoted, we promoted, and we got a really good selection of artists that came in. And as I expected, a lot kind of trickled in towards the end that really kind of like set the whole thing off. But fantastic job. So
As far as the numbers, what we ended at 151 entries, if I remember correctly.
yeah, I'm just gonna go and check because I should have brought that up. And we have, yeah, 151 precisely, exactly right.
And something that is very interesting that you actually mentioned throughout the, because I said there was times where I was like, why are we not, how, where we got to push it, where we got to put it, where do we got to post it? Let's get it on Reddit. I think Josh got it on Reddit. But what would have been nice is to get it out to all the photography, sites or websites, or just get it to them, which is something that the idea came in a little bit later. But something that's interesting, a statistic that you spoke about, was views on the actual open call, and you said that we did very good with the views. And I wanted to touch on that. How did you feel about that?
A lot of people were really interested in seeing what was going on. What was this open call? So you definitely had a lot of people that were coming in. Maybe Owls can pull up the final views that came up on it because I don't think we looked at it right at the very end. But yeah, it was a tremendous success of people coming in and reading about the open call. It's always possible that some people, they're like, is my work good enough? Do I have time to get an image put together? And maybe they miss the open call deadline, but there was a lot of interest. And that was something that was really key. People really wanted to see what this was about, what you were doing, what you were looking for. So there was a lot of people coming in to check that out. And that was very, very good stats that you had in people wanting to come in and view what this open call was about. And I think it's just going to build more momentum. And when your next one comes, I expect that it's going to be even more impressive.
Especially with as we're ironing out this reminds me of when I first started the show 10 years ago, and it started with like a webcam and a mic, and everybody be like, I can't hear you, I can't see you, and had all these complications. And then eventually we ironed out all the tweaks, and I fixed all the little glitches. Now we're moving the show on location, and there's a whole brand new set of glitches. And we do have a future to this, to this open call. We will be going live from the gallery and showing the exhibition. We will also be going live and having an online auction from the gallery. So there's a lot of on-location ending to this, in which I want to make sure that the tech is right, that we have everything right. We've been working with Ghost to work on a live auction site where people can place bids. So there's a lot of stuff going on in the background that's never been done before. When Webby, what I want to ask is and then I want to bring Owls up and talk to him a little bit. But when Webby looks for an open call, and you guys are certainly have been, knocking it out of the park with the open calls. What, in your opinion, because you deal mostly with this, what is a successful open call for you guys? And what do you guys, as far as Webby goes, what do you guys like to see when an open call lands on your desk and somebody wants to create something? And just, for the audience and for everyone out there who might have an open call in mind or might not even realize that you guys are doing open calls. What do you think? What do you guys think makes the best open calls?
I think something that's going to attract a lot of diversity in artists to come in. Like, for example, in your call, you had a lot of different categories. So you didn't limit to just one certain thing. Um, you can invite people from everywhere to come in and participate, or maybe they're going to like step outside their box, right, and create something new. We like to see somebody who's got a really good established community that comes in, and you're a perfect example of that. You've been working so hard to elevate artists, and they've been a part of your show. So there was that attraction. It was like, oh, well, what's Marc doing? What's he got going on? And so that helps sort of like drive a little bit for us. We like to see those communities that are back behind, or if it's a brand, because we do like to work with brands as well, that the brand is sort of like bringing something in with their community as well, and the people that support that brand are going to come and work with us. um, I think just having something like a real clear concept that you can put together and present out to our community of artists is something that's really key as well, so people understand the focus, the intent. But having a real life follow through on an event is something that's really, really significant for the artist, because when they know that their work, if they're selected, is actually going to be shown, or collectors, or other artists, or anyone, that they have a proof that, hey, my artwork was out there, right? They have something to put in their portfolio. It's having in a gallery or on a website is still valuable, but when it's real life and in a physical location, that's absolutely significant to every artist that participates. That's real world proof, real opportunity. And what they want is to have an open call that results in an opportunity. So we're looking for people to come in that are going to present those types of opportunities for the artists that are on Webby, whether that's artist residencies, monetary opportunities, like whether it's through minting or cash prizes, or subscriptions where they get, like we had one that was lifetime free access to internet tools. So that's something that's indirectly is going to benefit that artist, because now like they can save their, a little bit of money where they go in and they can create art for free. So we want to see these types of rewards, opportunities, networking opportunities, connections, finding collectors. Like we have Chaz, who comes in and he does his open calls, and he's an actual collector who's paying artists and supporting artists and helping to like strengthen communities. These are the types of open calls that we really, really thrive on, and we really want to see more. We're looking for more partners all the time. So I'm super like interested in talking to anybody who has physical galleries or who's a collector in particular. I really would love to talk to a few more collectors and have a few more collector-based open calls, and really build a strong ecosystem that's across all platforms and not limited to just one space, and just bring everybody in, so Webby can sort of support these artists through a wide range of diversity and opportunities.
Okay. So, in my head, I'm just, we got to finish this one. And, when Owls first approached me with this, he said, and we're going to bring him up. We're going to bring him up. He goes, take it easy. Take it easy. Make it easy on yourselves. I'm like, nah, never heard of such a thing. Right. And, and both you go, take it easy. I'm like, nah, never, so the first thing I thought to myself is if I submitted to something, what would be the ultimate for me, right? And as a photographer, and having a print and being able to say that I sold a print, or someone collected a print of my work and has it on display, I think is the ultimate, right? An NFT sale is great, but there's nothing like having a print that you love hanging on someone's wall, and then it becomes a topic of conversation. Someone is excited to own this limited edition or this very rare work of art, because of the artist, because of the work of art, whether they support the artist or support the photo that they liked it so much that it didn't matter who shot it, they purchased it. To me, not only the marketing end of it, and not only the, getting it out there, getting eyes on it, getting people to see what's going on, but then bringing it all the way to the end, which is the sale. not just handing someone a prize, even though I would have loved to get maybe some photography, maybe Sony or Canon or Fuji, or maybe getting someone, maybe maybe Photoshop, or who knows, maybe a photography site like 500 pics, or just it would be great to be able to sprinkle people with prizes. But I think the best thing that could happen for an artist is to be able to say, hey, I made a sale of a print. And so, going through the whole spectrum of things that we could put together, that's how I built this. The Webby Open Casting Call was just the first part. And now we're moving on to the second part, which is the exhibition at Dream Canvas Gallery, along with the HOP live auction show that we are working out in the background. The next step right now is the exhibition at Dream Canvas, getting these things printed. We have Josh, Theory of Color, who is stepped up as a sponsor, a proud sponsor, to print all of the winners' artworks at 13 by 19. We will encase them in mats, and then we will seal them in plastics and have them on display at Dream Canvas for the best of the best exhibition. That all being said, what's better than saying you exhibited in a gallery and then made a possible sale at the end of all of this? I don't think there's anything better. I think this is what every artist wants. This is what every artist fights for, right? So that's how I built this, and like you, I feel bigger and better for the future. I can only see this growing and getting better. We're going through growing pains right now, trying to figure out all of the intricacies and how it should work, and running into little hiccups here and there. But aside from that, a very successful turnout. You guys have been nothing but the best support. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you guys. There were times where I fell down, and you guys stepped right in and carried the weight. So that to me, it speaks loads. It just speaks tremendous amounts of respect, because there were times where I couldn't do everything I wanted to do, and there you guys were like, we got this, we're gonna open it up, we're gonna put it on the page, we're gonna get it out there in different places. And so having this conversation, maybe it's time to say hello to Owls.
Absolutely.
All right. Owls, you out there?
Mic check 1 2. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Welcome back to the show, Owls. How are you doing?
It's been a wild couple months here on the Webby side of things. We're growing tremendously fast. We're operating full gas ahead. We're doing a lot. We're really trying to help the next wave of creators. And I got a great team, and there's great opportunities that are coming every single day for us. So we are trying to figure out how we can work smart, how we can help the next wave of creators that are coming on the platform, and how can we create more opportunities for some of these creators. And having you on board, Marc, really opened up that door.
Owls, let me ask you something, and I think you're the perfect person to answer this. When you're creating something that's never been created before, and you're dealing with uncharted territory, meaning that you're making changes on the fly, as you miss something, you guys just also migrated to a new, I don't know the best way to say it, but you migrated the site to better technology. That's how
Correct.
and mistakes happen, things happen, uncalculated, unforeseen errors, especially when you're walking in uncharted territory. Webby Social, the platform itself, it's something that doesn't exist, that hasn't exists. You promise. Some of the great things about Webby Social is your dedication to making sure artists and artworks are seen, that they show up in the algorithm, that your implementation of the open calls, the opportunities for artists, the opportunities you're bringing artists through the open calls. Maybe you could just talk a little bit about the groundbreaking stuff that you're over there creating. And not only that, but when you hit a road bump or a complication, something unforeseen, and you don't realize what happens, and then the heat comes down and the pressure comes down. And the artists come down, and all of a sudden you're feeling all of that. How do you deal with everything? And maybe you could, give us just a brief idea of how you deal with those pressures, as well as people who are part of the site. And then also, what Webby brings to artists and why it's so different.
Well, I'll start off. I think for us, we're building in public, and we're allowing people to know what we're doing, how we're moving, and we're being very, very transparent through those phases. So when we're doing our migration, when we're fixing things or we're upgrading things, we're just transparent and letting our artists know up front, and we're over communicating. We're doing tutorial videos, articles. So we're putting all that out there. So when someone comes on and they might have a hard time logging into the migration, we're there to support, we're there to help them, and we're there to guide them for them to be able to get their artwork seen. So again, building in public, being transparent as much as possible, and helping artists and help them through tutorials, guides, and being there for them. Over this migration, I was on alert, like 24 hours help support desk, right? Helping artists. And you want to know some of the things that some of the artists that had a really hard time in the very beginning, once we showed them, they were like, oh man, perfect, I'm in. And they actually upgraded to Webby Plus, right? So I think as a brand, it's like, what is your reputation? What are people saying about you? And we're really kind of focusing on our brand, making sure that we're there. We're listening to artists. A lot of the features that we have on Webby for like direct messages, videos, and how we do open calls is really feedback that we got from the artist, what you guys wanted for portfolio. So that's what we really do differently, is to really listen to you guys. What makes us different, obviously, we talked about the no algorithm. We are doing open calls for free. We do have some collaboration with our Webby Plus, but all our open calls, I think about 49 open calls so far, all have been completely free. So artists can submit as many times as they want. We're giving them opportunities. And what's nice is that we're also onboarding the new wave of creators that don't know anything about blockchain, that want to get into digital art, that are trying these new language models, or traditional artists that want to have an online presence. Blockchain opens up an entire opportunity for creators to monetize, to get their artwork seen across different mediums. And that's what we're going to be here to do for the next couple of years as we move forward.
Now, you pride yourself on something, and I often hear you talk about it. I also hear Chiro talk about it a lot. But you pride yourself on the fact that every artist who posts on your platform gets the visibility that they might not get on other platforms, the algorithm style and things of that nature. Why don't you just talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, as a creator myself, when I first hopped into the platform as an artist, it was hard to get seen. People are posting, hey, I've got 2 ETH I'm buying, and you're just there shilling, posting your artwork, and it doesn't get bought, doesn't get seen. Or there's some art challenges that you see, but your artwork gets lost in a thread. No one gets to see it after a while, it gets lost, right? So it's hard, it's challenging for artists to get visibility. So I said, why don't I create a platform and we are able to control the algorithm, you can say, but without the algorithm, and allow artists to post and get their artwork displayed right on the timeline. And as more artists post, the timeline obviously keeps going, but you don't get lost. Everybody now has a fair shot of getting seen, displayed, and collectors have an opportunity to discover new artwork.
Okay. Owls. I think I wanted you to talk a little bit about that. I wanted you to talk a little bit about just quick thought. How do you deal with the stresses that come with the platform mistakes? I mean, you guys have an excellent response time. You're always answering. You're always in spaces. You're always and that's a great thing, because it means you're there. You're present. You're listening. One of the things I noticed about you is you listen. You're in spaces. Somebody has a problem. Somebody has an issue. You tell me what the problem is. Let's make the corrections. You make corrections on the fly, real time. Update the site. you know, I think that's a very interesting trait because you don't see that a lot from a lot of builders. You know, a lot of builders is, send it to the, I don't know if you ever saw the joke where companies have a suggestion box, but it's hung all the way up so high that nobody could actually get a suggestion into it. Or it's up on a tree where nobody can get to, or nobody checks. But you, completely different philosophy. And I just, why is it so important? That there is a response time, that you listen. Listening to me is the formula to success, right? Because you're listening to what everybody wants. But not only that, you're implementing. Yeah. Maybe just a couple thoughts on that, and then I think we should probably get to start announcing these winners here. But go ahead, man.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I want to say is that I come from I went to an art school. I went to the Art Institute of Washington. So my background is in digital art, digital media production. So that's that's my heart. That's what I love doing. I love creating. I love innovating. So like I can really relate to artists wanting to get visibility, get seen, and have something a portfolio site. And then the other part is that I have like 20 years of software development, building enterprise applications. So my background is very tied to software development, art skills. It was a perfect combination for me. And one of the things that we do is that we do like surveys every couple of months that we actually tailor and look at the data and say, okay, based on what the artist wants, based on what this artist is asking for, or what are the things that they don't want, we can actually enhance the website. And because we're very agile and we're very lean, we're able to make adjustments pretty quickly, adjust to what users want and what they need. And some of the suggestions that come in are like golden nuggets, right? We had Dorothy, who I know you're familiar with. She wanted a new creator type post for digital art, right? A digital painting. I didn't know if it was going to work or not, but I said, okay, let's try it. And then next, I see artists are using that tag. How we do our XP system, how artwork needs to be selected and be displayed, that's all comes from artists, their feedback as we move forward. And, every single time someone gives you feedback, there's a positive feedback and a negative feedback to it. And I do a good job listening to it and writing it down and saying, okay, how is this going to help the platform? How's it going to help the next 10,000 users that are about to join this platform? Right. And also, how do I help the users that have no idea about what Webby Social is? That's really the hard part right now, is that there's so many platforms out here that are, innovating, doing things with blockchain or just creating artwork. But how do I move different? And that comes around something we called human-centered design around UX UI. So we really focus on building a really, really clear user experience for them to see their artwork, post their artwork, get visibility. And not only that, we've added more of the sharing. I'm sure some of you guys are seeing Webby more on socials now than you have before. It's because we're really enhancing the sharing option for more people to see your artwork. And what's happening is that we're attracting better partnerships like yourself, One Love DAO, Chaz. We just had an open call with Glitch from an amazing artist.
Yeah. He does great open calls.
Yeah. And then we also have Paper Buddha and the Temple community. And that's because like we're trying to build this brand, and we're trying to build trust to the artists that here we're not going to be just disappearing in a year. We're really focused around the artists. We're giving you guys free open calls. You can create your portfolio for free. And we're doing everything that we can to really help the artists that are coming in here. And I think if that's our mission and we keep diving into that, we're going to see the next wave of creators keep using Webby. And from our perspective, from a PR perspective, I was just on the news like 2 weeks ago talking about Webby.
I wanted you to talk about this.
Yeah. I was just in Washington, D.C. Startup and Tech Week talking about Webby. So we might be in this small realm seeing as an artist, but from a technology point, Webby's doing something very different. It's like the Web 2.5 version of it with the clean user experience. And a lot of you guys don't know, we use AI a lot on the back end. And how do we create a product or a platform that we help artists, but how do we communicate to artists? So I think you might have saw we rolled out Maddie, our AI communication, AI assistant, that's going to be doing weekly roundups so we can help artists communicate. So as like I'm working on the back end, Tora's working, we have an assistant that can help communicate through artists about what's happening, what are open calls, what are opportunities, and how can we use AI, new technology, to help us out. And on the back end, we're also using AI for our analytics. So when you create on Webby, we have a database of your content that you get to see with your posts, your engagement. And we use an agentic AI that looks at your posts, your engagement, what type of style you're posting to, what open calls you get selected to. And it gives you like your recommendation of this is how you can actually monetize more, how you can make more money on. So there's a whole realm of things that we're using new technology on to help and create and support artists with Webby that we haven't really untapped. And what's coming is our Webby Academy. We have I think
I
30,
saw
30
that.
to 30, 30 to 34% of artists that are on Webby are not on the blockchain or have no idea how to, use a wallet or a digital wallet. And the other day I was on Dorothy's asking the community, what are some terms, what are some glossary things that you guys had challenges when you first got into the community, right? So when I build this academy or when I take this prompt, I'm listening from artists that already have gone through this. So the content can really help the next wave of creators get on the platform or blockchain, but also building confidence, but also find the right marketplace that's going to fit for them to find the right collectors, for them to find the right community. And that's really important for us to onboard the next wave of creators onto this.
Really quick, I can't remember exactly when it was. I want to say it was back in August. But we had Webby Week, right? And the last time we spoke, the last time you were on the show, you said that you had expanded to, if I remember correctly, I think you just said you had expanded to 1,200 users.
Yeah.
What's it looking like now?
We're at 2,100 users.
Okay.
We're at a 6.8 conversion rate, pretty good. We're getting Webby Plus users. We have creators from over 78 different countries on the platform. There's a lot of data that I have on the back end, but we're getting more visibility. We're getting more traction. I think our average time on our website is over like 9 minutes now. And our engagement is through the roof of artists going through, clicking, checking out profiles. And we're growing at a very, very healthy rate. And that's why I'm trying to figure out new ways to innovate. And Chora is really helping that lead the way by directing their open calls, our partnerships. And now we're also going to be rolling out our ambassador program that's going to be coming up. So for some of the people that are really want to help Webby, because we get a lot of people that are like, hey, we're down a ride. We'll do whatever we need to do to help this platform. Well, we're going to create a program that's going to help them get rewards, get highlighted, but also create more opportunity for artists. And then for open calls, we're looking for new ways to be displayed. So we've done hotels with One Love. We've done galleries. We've done networking events. We've done DC Startup and Tech Week conferences. We've done metaverse events. We want to continue enhancing that. And one of the things that I'm looking at and talking to is universities. And some of these universities have their own museums inside their universities. They're educational, they're learning around blockchain, or they're using digital art. So we're going to be tapping into like the new realm of entrepreneurs and universities that are coming out, and really trying to tap into all different mediums for getting these artwork to be displayed, not just on our desktop browser screen, but inside museums, galleries, and really letting artists get displayed. I remember when I first came in here, Mark, I couldn't get my artwork to get off a phone. Like when I didn't know anything about open calls until a friend of mine brought it up to me, and I saw the opportunities, right? And then how the artists react when you might be a small creator and your artwork gets selected and your artwork gets to be displayed. It builds up your resume so quickly. And as a collector, you're looking for artists that are being consistent, having their artwork displayed. And I always say the better you brand, the better you market, the more you can charge for your product and services. And what makes your product, worth more? Obviously, the story behind it, the telling. But if you have a list of your artwork being displayed in galleries, selected for open calls, collectors really are going to resonate with that and take that accountability to figure out that's the artwork that I like, that's the artwork that I support. And I'm able to see their portfolio on Webby or other platforms to feel like I'm making the right choice.
Just to touch on that, I think one of the biggest things that an artist can do for themselves when it comes um, to building a resume, and building a resume comes from um, getting your art on display, and that comes from open calls, submitting the open calls, getting your art, reaching out to galleries. And I've always said that the best thing that you could do for works of art is build resumes behind them, right? For each work of art, this piece is shown here. It shows movement, it shows activity. And then I think that's, collectors collect for one or two reasons. Either they collect the work of art because they love the work of art, or they collect because they feel it's a good investment. And I think the best investment is seeing someone who's active, someone who is actively making sure their artwork gets here. They're not going to disappear after a sale. They're going to build their brand. They're going to build their artwork. They're going to build their value. And a lot of this comes from being on display. So bringing that display factor to artists. You have the artists. They get to display on the site, but not only that, they get the chance to display in all these other opportunities. I don't think you could provide anything more valuable. You're providing them with opportunities to display, whether physical, whether digital. To me, it doesn't matter, because then that becomes another check on the resume. It becomes another photo on social media. It shows activity. It shows interest. It shows people are selecting that artwork because they favor it. It's a fan favorite. And then that, I think, brings value to the to the collector. That brings value to the artist and the artwork that a collector would recognize. So,
Yep.
yeah.
Mark, I also want to add something else to this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Webby, when it first came out, it was just supposed to be a portfolio website. That was the main, that was like the minimal viable thing, because I got tired of using X, and I was like, my artwork gets lost in the thread. Even when people go to my page, my eyes would get lost, going through the thread, or if I was looking at someone's artwork, I had to keep going down through the retweets or the messages and all the text, and it was just a lot going on. And I was like, I just want to build something clean, something simple for my small community. That's really where it started out. That's it. I was doing metaverse shows, and I just really wanted to display artists. And that was really the intent, is to just build a portfolio site, like a LinkedIn professional site. And it wasn't until like the community spoke up and was like, we want this, we want that, we want this. And I was like, okay, we'll figure out how we can do it. And then we saw the growth, right? We saw people returning, we saw the real value. And I think we're a very small startup. And as a startup, you have to work in minimal viable products and, change your product as how the customers want it. So what Webby can look like now could change in a year from now, depending on how our changes, how the blockchain changes, how open calls changes. So we're going to adapt to new technology and help the artists and really onboard of how we move through that. And then the other thing is, as you're building out your Webby profile, I want you guys to think about this. I interviewed an artist at a traditional art show in Washington, D.C., I want to say a year ago. She's a very, very well-known artist in this space. And I asked them, Mark, what would be your number one advice if you were building your social media presence or marketing yourself on Instagram or Twitter or anything like that? Their response was this: do not focus on the likes and comments. Focus on building your portfolio. Because what's going to happen is that someone's going to come in, check out your artwork. And if these can continuously scroll of how much artwork they have, it's going to validate you, right? And it's just like when you find like an awesome YouTube video or a YouTube creator, you're like, oh man, you go to their page and you're like, oh man, they got a lot of good stuff, I'm going to subscribe, right? Or when you go look for a product online and you see that they've got good reviews, right? Oh yeah, I'm going to purchase this. And it makes that social proof for them. So if you're an artist, it's time to build your portfolio up, building it in a meaningful way. And Webby is going to be here to support you. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, man. Social media, Webby Social, a portfolio, not only a portfolio, but a resume of your activity. that gets seen. And not only that, all the opportunity that comes along with it on the open call side. So, and just, we did Webby Week, and that was kind of like my territory. Like, yeah, come on. We'll have a great Webby Week. We'll have great shows. Not a problem. Open call. I was on your territory, right? Because, like, bro, I've never done anything like this before. I said, take
You're
it easy.
wild.
Yeah.
Take it easy, Mark. For those that are listening, Tora can tell you this. Mark is a go-getter, man. We honestly, photography is a brand new medium in Webby because we have a lot of traditional artists and digital artists, but photography is something brand new to us, right? Brand new to some of the creators. We didn't know how it was going to turn out. And I want to let everybody know, we were telling Mark, slow down. Let's just build something. Just do a simple open call. Let's just try to get 50 people to submit or just something to get it going, right? Mark said, no. I'm getting ghosts. I'm getting my squad. We're going to figure it out. We're going to do it big. And I'm like, wait, So Mark is very ambitious. And he also learns to, go with the punches. Obviously, the art gallery move, we need to get some more high resolution. And what's exciting is that he got 151 submissions. He had over 1,000 impressions and page views. And this was just like our trial best of the best open call. And some of the artwork that we'll see here in just a moment, phenomenal. I mean, I was like, damn, I didn't know I didn't know our community had some heat like this, right? So imagine what the next one's going to look like and the next one's going to look like. And every open call gets bigger. And I'll tell you this why, is because we have a mix of communities that are coming in, like the Buddha Temple, One Love Art DAO, Webby Social, and they're all cross-pollinating.
That's right.
And they're all trying these new mediums. And we have people that are digital artists that they do photography, but they haven't done it on other socials. And this is their opportunity to do so. And it's just fantastic to see how the community is growing, how they're recognizing, and then they're realizing, hey, oh, you're a part of Webby? I see you, right? And how they're engaging with one another. And it's really phenomenal what we're doing together. And Mark, kudos to you to, trying to listen to us. But you did great. And I'm also excited for what's to come here in the future. But let me be quiet and let's see what we got with some of this artwork. And let's also talk to Ghost here today.
Ghost, you wanna? I was thinking maybe Ghost, jump on for 5 minutes and let's talk about really quick what we've been working on in the background. I think that's important, and then we'll get and then we'll get over to the computer and we'll start bringing up the winners and let them know what they can expect. Owls, Chiroa, I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. You provided, you guys created an opportunity. I was a little unsure, even though I do have some experience, curation, open call, all new to me. And, there were parts and there were pieces where I was lacking, and you guys really filled in those pieces. And you gave me a lot of support when I needed it. There were times, personal issues. And, that's, nobody could say that, sometimes personal things happen and they play a part of your business life. And when, things got a little bumpy, you guys offered some great support. You kept everything afloat. You kept everything moving nicely. And even with the little bumps and bruises along the way, and we had to make adjustments, and nobody really got, you guys offered great suggestions. I thought it was an excellent first open call. I'm very pleased. I know there were times where I was really questioning, and I was trying to figure out different ways. But when I started hearing the numbers and I started talking to you guys, I couldn't be more prouder. I couldn't be more excited. I'm so grateful for everyone who entered. And, even along the way, still figuring out how everything should perfectly work. But, that's part of growing pains. That's how it's at when they built the first gas engine, or when they built the first skyscraper. They had problems, and you make adjustments, and then eventually you become so, you create this little manufacturing this perfect little machine where it's like, okay, A, B, C. All right, this is what we got to do. Okay, we need this, and then next thing you know, you create this perfect little open call from beginning to end. And so, just growing pains. But Ghost, you out there? I think you need to come off mute, Ghost. There you go. Say hello, Ghost. Ghost, no mic working. Oh, oh no, that was you guys.
GM.
Ah, all right. What's up, Ghost?
I had to reboot my headsets.
Yeah, I've been rebooting assets for the last 2 months now. Ghost, welcome to HOP again. You did have a spotlight. You're also my co-host on TGIF with me and Josh. It's been an absolute pleasure to know you. I remember the first time I met you, which was on. I met you as this little ghost running around in the Moon Mars Museum, and ever since then we kind of created a friendship and started building. I don't think we've officially started building together until now, but Josh stepped up, decided to be the sponsor and handle the printing of the pieces. Mary Beth stepped up, Dream Canvas, and decided to offer the space for the exhibition. And I had one last idea to this whole thing, which was, wouldn't it be great if we could bring an HOP version of auctions to the collector base? As I've had a guest on a Monday night, which I believe you were watching that show. Kevin, who had experience in the industry for 30 plus years, had said something very interesting. He said galleries are closing because they're having difficulty making sales. And I then retorted with, I believe, with the use of social media and all the platforms out there, I now think that you could reach collectors worldwide and they can deal with the artist personally. It wouldn't surprise me if there are artists out there who are outselling, not only monetizing content, but outselling, gallery artists, because there's so much potential to reach between Webby Social, between TikTok, between Instagram, between X, shorts, stills, artwork, your own personal website, now the blockchain and marketplaces with the crypto world. There's so much opportunity for an artist to get out there and sell their art. We've been toying with an idea, me, you, and Josh, for the last 3 or 4 months, that what if we had an HOP auctions show where we were able to bring up the art live time, where people could look at the art and the auctions would end on the show, where it would give the people, the collectors, the ability to not only see the art, but to purchase the art in a live auction. The way a gallery would hold an auction and have their people there, they would only have their collectors from the area, where then me and you started talking, as well as Josh, and we all saw the potential of reaching out to the world of collectors rather than just limiting ourselves to a gallery and one area. And what a better place to do this on than, HOP. So getting all of that out of the way, maybe you could talk a little bit about your thoughts on all of that and, what we've done so far and where we're at with this whole project. And, yeah, I don't know, man. Just share me your thoughts.
So for the ones that don't know, I started out at Art Academy like far back, and in my professional life, I learned coding, and I found that brings me a lot of joy in every day. So I pursued this, and then I got to meet you, and yeah, it's been amazing ever since. And when we started talking, I don't know. I think it's from some horror show where they have this bidding system and people were like bidding on their phones, and I thought like, wouldn't it be great if people like were watching the show and just would be able to scan a QR or just go to a link, and then they will see the whatever is for sale, and they can like put in the bids, and it will be like real time. So you have like a real auction thing, right? Like where normally you would have the pedals, and instead people would go on the phone and see like the price pop up, and at the same time you have the live stream, and you were talking about how you were making sales. And I love streamers as well, so I follow a lot of streamers, and I thought like this would be amazing to add like a whole new level of excitement to the stream, right? Because normally it's like you really have to have the interest, but if you can participate in a stream, like it becomes so much more exciting. So yeah, that's where the idea came from, and you kind of gave the green light. So I jumped on my little computer here, and I basically pumped out the server side and a very basic UX UI in, I think, a single day or something it was. So yeah.
And Ghost, just not with yeah. I mean, I think what really caught my attention was you took it upon yourself to start. You know, we were just in spaces, and I was just sharing ideas, and it just wouldn't it be great if we do this and do that. And then the next thing I know, you hit me on Discord, and you're like, Mark, click on this link and check out what I got cooking. And the next thing I know, I open it up and I enter this interface where it's like, you know, enter with an email, and then there's this bidding system, and then even that then led to a implementation of a camera where we would have that on the actual item where we can show it at the same time and show what they're bidding on. And then, you know, here's this whole idea that you cooked up and got activated. Now, just not this, but you have a lot of experience throughout the Web3 community when it comes to programming. I mean, this is just a small facet of everything that you do. What else do you have experience with, and what else have you worked on, and what other projects have you taken part of where your coding has come into play, especially in Web3?
Currently, I'm working on my first 6529 meme cards. I don't know if people in the audience are familiar with the 6529 community. It's like very cool, decentralized. These guys were like getting tired of X and Discord as well. So same as Webby basically, only they said like we value the decentralization. So they are building their own little social platform that is completely decentralized, and they didn't want to flood the whole platform with all different kind of arts, but they wanted like the audience and the ones that are there to curate the newcomers, right? So you can come there, and if you're just being not a very nice, pleasant person, let's say it as this, people can just give you negative reputation. If you're boosting the community, you will get positive reputation. So you build up your own, like a little game, but in a social structure. And I think that's very cool. And I'm currently like getting the points from the community to release my first artwork, which is solving the problem of dynamic NFTs, which is a really programmatic way of approaching art. I think, like where you have like code create the image, and it uses the Ethereum movement. So if Ethereum is Ether is going up, the NFT will color green. If it's going down, it will like degrade. But over time, this would like if the dependencies, as it is called, like would change then your art would break. So I had to find a way to fix this. So I created an immutable layer that is in between the actual artwork and the services that provide the data. Maybe a little bit technical, but what it does, it like sends the data to an intermediary which can never break, and it only can receive new data. So in worst case scenario, the NFT doesn't change color anymore. And you just start a new service and your NFT will be working again. So you have art that you can safely say will change depending on certain aspects, but it will never break, never ever. So yeah.
Also, Ghost, you have extensive contract experience, and also you do a lot of work in the VR world, or you know the. Well, I'll let you talk about it. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Well, people call it metaverse, like but I think virtual reality would still be a nicer way of describing it. Like the whole Mark Zuckerberg thing burned the whole term meta, I think. But yeah, this is this is where everything basically came together for me, because you can build galleries, you can build games, you can build minting systems. Yeah, everything I learned and loved in my life came together, because like when you're building things, you need a little sound effect. Well, actually, I did some music production, so I know how to make sounds. You know, oh, I need an image here. Oh, actually, I'm a visual artist, so I know how to make this. And yeah, I loved how everything ties together, and now I can use all my full skill set to create an experience where you can dive in and which you can enjoy with multiple people. Like, it's not that you're sitting behind your screen just doom scrolling, that you're in an 3D area and you're walking around, you're chatting like we are right now. Like, I think that's one of the greatest things. Like, it makes the art accessible, it gives a whole new experience. And yeah, during COVID, I think there was a huge breakthrough, and now it's a bit tougher, but they're still there. We're still building, and yeah, I think it's one of the things that are inevitable, especially with the VR glasses and things coming up. Like this, it's the future. Maybe 1 year, maybe 5 years, maybe 10 years, but we're gonna get there. So yeah.
Be nice if we could get everybody to sit in seats with VR paddles and going once, going twice. Getting back on track, we're about an hour in. We want to get to these winners. We want to show these winners, and I want all you guys to be a part of that, because I know everybody. I've already heard Owls. He wants Chiroa to grill me. Everybody's got questions, but as far as the end of this project goes, you're really part of the end of this. As Webby was part of the beginning. Obviously, everybody is a part of the full project, but now we're entering the phase of where Dream Canvas comes in for the exhibition. Josh comes in, Theory of Color comes in to execute the prints. Then we're going to have the display. And then we're going to have the exhibition. We're going to go live from the gallery to show everybody the exhibition. And then finally, maybe 2, 3, 4 weeks down the line, we don't exactly have the right date because we do want to run a test first. But how do you envision the end of this? How do you envision the end of it? This is where you come in when HOP goes live and we implement this software and we do an online auction with these live pieces, sort of like Whatnot, the Whatnot app, where you can go live and stream and create art, but also auction off a piece or have it for sale right then and there. How do you envision this taking place? I mean, how close are we, aside from having to run a test show and making sure everything works? Where do you think we are at this point?
For the how you say auction app, you mean?
Yeah, yeah. How do you envision the whole ending going?
Uh, I got some warning thing. Never mind.
It's okay.
I think the last thing that we have to do is implement it into your website. Like make this little domain auction that's question mark, I think is your domain, and we can make an well, we're using Webby for the gallery, right? So we don't have to do a gallery. All we have to do is create a user account. Maybe I can sit down around the table with Webby so we can tie into there. Like that's just an idea that pops up right now, but I think that's all we have to do. Like lock down the user login and a way to list the art. Very convenient for you. So you can be in control.
Okay. And people are going to have the ability to sign in with an email and be able to bid live time through while they're watching the show as we bring up these works of art one at a time, correct?
Correct. And also Google, you can just like the one tap Google sign in will also be available. So
Okay. All right. You excited about this?
I am very excited about it. Like I said, I love art, I love coding, I love streaming. So yeah, many things come together, and I want to see this baby take off. Definitely.
Yeah.
We'll acquire him if he crushes it. Just letting you know. I'm curious to see how this is gonna work out, Ghost. Because if this is a hit, Webby would definitely be interested to see what this comes up. I love the live auction idea. I love Whatnot. Super addictive, by the way. But congratulations on there's a problem. You came up with a solution. Marc was the right guy. That's what it's all about.
Are you guys ready to get over to the computer and bring up these winners?
Yes, we're ready. Toro's going to drill you, so I'm ready for you to get drilled.
All right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to leave you guys on rotate. I don't know if you're aware, Owls, but your video is not there. So you might just have that shut off. There you go. Okay. So I'm going to go to full guest, full screen. There we go. And I'm going to go to main title screen. Let's see. Let's bring this up. Where are we? There we go. Okay, so I got you guys down in the corner. I got you guys to the right. Your screens are going to flip based on talking like a meeting. I'm right below you. Okay. The first thing that I want to do is I would like to bring up the open call. I just want to scroll through the open call at the moment. I can't scroll through like I used to. I have to go to the open call that is over. Is that correct?
I'll put it in the chat for you. So you just click on that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you'd have to go to Insights and then you'll click on it. This will show you everything.
Okay, perfect. So here is the open call that we hosted. Let me get this up on screen so everybody can see. Okay. And we scroll down through the open call. Is there a way that we could see the entries, or is that gone?
I think Chora has that squared away with the slideshow.
Okay.
Oscar.
No.
Okay, never mind. We don't.
Okay. There's no way to show the past entries.
Yeah, there is.
Oh. Okay.
So it's just because there's a lot of new artwork that's come in. So if you like scroll down a bit, I can actually get it set up if you want. And then I don't know if you want to throw my screen up when I've got it ready.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to maybe scroll through all the entries, and I thought that would be a nice thing to do. We don't have to, but I thought it would be. Go ahead.
Go to the open call screen and just like scroll down, and then go back to the top. What it's going to do is it's going to just refresh the filter because there's a lot of artwork that's fresh from the new open calls. So what we want to do is scroll down a bit so we can grab yours. And I need to go down even further.
I have submit your work. But that brings me to the main page. Then if I go to open calls.
Yes. So select open calls and then just scroll down where you have that drop down where it says open call.
Right.
All right. So what you need to do is just go down to the page. You see the best, and then that will kick off the filter. We just have a lot of submissions going on.
Okay, let me go to here. And it doesn't, I think either I'm on the wrong page or I'm not seeing the best. I'm on open calls. Am I on the wrong open call?
I think it's just because there's so many submissions. So the newer stuff is what's coming up sooner. So I'm trying to get down to it here. There we go. Should be in my filter now. Are you able to like throw my screen up?
Yeah, you could switch your screen, sure.
Just give me a minute.
No worries. I'm just getting all the contestants ready.
We also have a slideshow for the top 50 as well.
We can go to that.
Yeah, I think that might be a better.
Okay.
So to get to that one, Mark, you can go to
Go to the Discover page, and then it's the fourth.
yes, it's right there.
Got you. Got it. Okay, so I'm going to play this on the side here. And while, let's see, is this going to... Okay, perfect. I'm just going to play this on the side and talk to you guys for a second. I want to say that, let me switch the cameras back so you can see me so you feel like I'm talking to you. And while these entries play, I do want to say a couple things, thoughts about everything before we announce. So, to me, there were two types of photographers that entered. There were super experienced, and then there were photographers that are blossoming. And then there was just people who entered, I guess, it's if they felt like they entered. You could see the experience in everyone. The competition was fierce, when it came to competing with some of the better photographers. I felt that there were some photos that just really stood out above a lot of other photos. And I would have liked to see the same quality through every entry. I, felt that some of the entries were so stunning that it was hard not to pick them. Also, the fact that it was very easy for a few of these photographers to win sections, both sections. And that was, I was a little, I don't know, I was on the fence about, because I wanted to see everyone have an opportunity. What I looked for with this, I didn't do that already? Hang on, let me, I thought, oh, okay, thank you, got it, now you can see me. What I looked for in all of this was a few different things. I looked for composition. Composition was very big to me. Composition shows the awareness of when you take a photo. I have issues when photos are lopsided, things are warped, things are not on right. I like to see composition. That's a big thing for me. quality of the clarity, quality of the photo itself, meaning that whether it was taken with I didn't have a problem. I wanted people to submit phone photos, drone photos. But I looked for a particular type of quality, especially with lenses, crispness, things of that nature. There were so many great entries that a lot of times when I looked at the entries, it was a shame that I felt it was a great photo, but something was off in the photo. Something bothered me about the photo. Whether it was a lot of times they were great photos, but they weren't edited. There was no post to them. There was something in them that bothered me when I was looking at them. Maybe the composition was a little bit off, and or maybe the way they shot the photo was a little uncomfortable. When looking at the photo, something, and so I kind of brought everything up and I looked at everything and I said, what would I hang on my wall? What would I purchase? What would I buy? And that's kind of how I went with it. And it was a shame because there were so many great entries, but there was something that was off within the photo. And I felt like if there was a small tweak, a small change, it could have been a photo that easily competed for the top spots. And it hurt to say goodbye to a lot of these works because, of a small tweak. And I could go through each and every one of these submissions and tell you, why I made the decision or what created that decision or what created that, why I made the decisions that I did. So, on that note, if there's any questions you guys want to ask, why and how come. But what we could do now is I feel like we could go through the winners through each category. I want to remind you that there were 3 winners for each category. There were 5 categories. There was wildlife. We had landscape. We had editorial, glamour, which changed and altered, I think, from submissions. We had black and white, and then we had creative. And each one of these categories were different. Not everybody gave distinct descriptions on what they were applying to. So some changes had to be made where when I started selecting, I started grouping everyone, black and white into black and white. Wildlife was into wildlife. Anything that was I put glamour, beauty, but then ultimately the category became editorial, and it expanded because we had a lot of photography with subjects in them, people, subjects. And so not everything was glamour, not everything was beauty. Some of it became editorial. And so that ended up in one category. Creative. When I looked at creative, I said anything that was creative with light or film or freezing the film or creative as a shot, right? Shots could be very creative. That's what really fell into that category. And then last but not least, black and white, landscape. Landscape, which represented the overall landscape, a scene from, whether it was, a very, like a Peter Lick shot or a scene that, takes place. To me, that was landscape, with a background, something that really wowed. I looked for the wow factor in each one of these shots. I thought everything that was submitted was, aside from a select few that I felt could have been better, I felt that everything that's submitted that didn't make it, it was tough to call these. There were great photos that I had to say no to because there was such a level of photography between a few photographers that could have easily, took the top spots. And so I wanted to keep it fair. I wanted to spread it between 15 different photographers. And so I created another section of 5 photographs or 6 photographs that I call honorary mentions or backups in case we can't get the high-res photos or, And so in the end, when all of these pieces are placed on the wall, all 21 pieces are placed on the wall, you look at them as a full exhibition. You look at them as the artworks themselves and not necessarily categories, but a selection of artworks that I felt were phenomenal. On that note, let's go through the winners. Okay, how am I going to do this? I'm going to bring up the folder with the finals, and we're going to go through these. Okay, excellent. Here they are. Okay, I'm going to bring these up one by one. I'm going to bring up my, let's see this.
Mark, I think we still have a focus on Owls' screen here. So
No,
we might
no,
wanna-
you switched over now. You're good, Chiroa. You're on you. I don't know. While I start bringing these things up, you guys got questions? Chiroa, I know Owls said grill me. Yeah, you fire away while I start bringing these guys up.
Well, let me know when you've got one up and which one you've got up, because
Okay.
I've got that. I can't see what you're showing, so
Media dump. Let's see.
I'm going to go open my folder so that I can see.
Um, okay. So here they are. Let's bring these over. I'm going to bring these up and in. Okay, I'm going to use, I have these loaded, so I'm going to use them. I'm going to bring them up in Bridge. Okay, so let's get started. Let's make sure I got these guys because I want to make sure I got all their names right. Let me, no, that's that. Okay. It's this. Okay, that's that. Okay. Let's start with, let's see. Okay, I want to start with landscape first. I'm gonna bring up Ember Horizon. This was by Alexander Seliznoyov. This was I'm gonna
Mark,
imagine.
go full screen. Can you go full screen on the images?
I
as
did.
well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna go full screen as I call them off one by one.
Got it.
So his photo. Now Alexander, he entered quite a bit of photography, and I thought I think he had about 6 or 7 pieces entered. He entered a few different categories, and he, in my opinion, is definitely one of the upper echelon people who entered. He is very experienced when it comes to camera work. I had him on my show. He uses all different types of cameras, whether it's from still or drone. He's talented. He has a lot of experience. And when you have someone in a competition like this where there's a lot of experience, causes a lot of difficulty for others to move into position. And so what I wanted to do is I wanted to make sure that everybody had a chance to be represented in this. It was easy for me to really pick a few of Alexander's, but what I did was I narrowed. I lumped. If you watched the live stream where I picked these, I had lumped 6 of his shots into one because I felt that was the fair thing to do. And from those shots, I picked the one that I felt was the best. It just picking from his works alone, extremely difficult. He, like I said, this guy is very talented when it comes to creating photos. There were a few very talented, very experienced photographers in this. And, I wanted to make sure that quite a few different photographers shined. That was a big, I'm going to say that was a very big thing for me to have to succumb to. Because it was very easy for me to move the best photos that appealed to me into position. And when I did, there were a few guys that won a few different categories. And when I wanted a lot of different, I wanted different photographers to be represented. That meant I would have to knock out some deserving winners. And when I did that, that's when I created this extra section of photographers. I love this piece. I love this piece because of the sunset, the composition, the way just the white and the black. This piece to me spoke way above all of his other pieces, of his other photos. And it's just, I don't know. It's a very, there's a very, all of his work has a feel to it. I actually selected one of his works in the Snekatoshi competition, and I didn't want to select that same work. That same work had the same fierceness and same quality as this, but this piece to me shone through. So yeah, I love this piece. I felt like this was an instant selection for landscape.
Well, this piece for me, like when I look at it, I just want to like get up close to it and see, because there's so many little tiny details, around like this rock. There's structures, there's buildings, there's, it's really, really interesting to dive in and look at it. I think this is a great choice.
There's something about this piece that's it's spiritual. It's just a spiritual. It's the time of day. Okay, so, I want to make mention about this. There were submissions. People submitted. Owls, you had submitted the palm tree shot. Ant Biolop had submitted, you know what, I have these here. Let's bring them on. Because I'd like people to know and understand this. So these are some plates where I pulled these things from. And I just want to, Ant's shot, Owls, your shot. There's things here where I felt like if the sky had a little more energy in it, a little more color, it wasn't so plain. Ant captured these beautiful, this beautiful picture of this foliage, but yet the sky to me was just, I felt like there could have been more there. And a photo is from edge to edge, from top to bottom. There's every piece of the photo should tell a story. And I felt that some of these pieces had half the story, but I was looking for more. And sky is such a big thing for me. It's such a big thing for me. It creates, and sometimes people forget about the sky, the clouds. Clouds in themselves can really make a photo.
So Mark, what
yeah.
about the airplane one? That's an opposite point of view. That's from an airplane shot. The one you just had up just a second ago.
Hang on, let me. Are we talking about Arijit? As the airplane flying into the clouds? We're talking about you. We're talking about yours. Okay.
I'm just curious.
You're talking about this one to the left, right? Airline miles.
Yeah.
So, the color, bro.
Okay, good.
Yeah, the color. I felt like there should have been some post work here, and the shot is great, but I felt like there should have that land. There's atmospheric coloring that takes place when you shoot from an airplane, and I wish I could show you some of my airplane shots, but I felt like there could have been some post here, and the post is what I had this down in the end, and it was it's like, damn, the coloring. If he would have just adjusted the coloring, this could have been a contender. You know, I think your biggest contending shot was the shot of the ruins. To me, that was your biggest contending shot. And what bothered me about that shot was I saw people. I felt like I was on vacation. I felt like I was on a tour guide. And I don't want to feel like that. When I'm looking at a photo, I want it to be me and the photo, right? And that's what, kind of like, it's like, why are all these people in this moment that I'm trying to, I'm trying to enjoy this moment. Why are all these people in this moment? And so I felt like one of your biggest contender was the ruins. But if let's say I was to edit that shot and submit it, I would have wiped all those people out. I would have went into Photoshop. I would have knocked out all those people, and I would have just and maybe it could have been a little more zoomed in on the ruins. But I felt like that was the best shot you submitted, and I felt like that shot really could have contended. And I'm looking at these shots, and I'm like, I'm part of the scene. There's nobody really in the scene with me. I don't feel like I'm on vacation. I don't feel like I'm on a line. I don't feel like, I don't see all these people here. And to me, that was like a distraction, Good.
Well, good. I think thanks for the feedback, and that's for people that are also taking photos. Kind of keep that in mind. What other winners do we got here?
Okay, moving on to one of our next winners is let me bring up the next one. Okay, sunrise over Lake Bled is the next choice. I'm gonna let me find his name real quick, so I make sure I say his name right. Where are you? So he submitted a few. He also submitted. He submitted 2 shots of this. He submitted a down shot, which gave this a completely different perspective. Here we go. This is. Let me bring this up real quick so we could show everybody. Okay. I believe. So I believe he submitted 3 photos, if I remember correctly. Yeah. So Christian males. I believe this photo right here was. I believe this photo right here is actually. Let me get this over here so we get this right on IG. Okay, so I believe this photo right here is a top-down shot of this. But to me, this is a great photo. And this, this was making it to the end. But this photo right here, which is sunrise over Lake Bled, this is just a mood. This to me, when I look at a photo, I want to see everything. I want to see the composition. I want to see the sky. I want to see the coloring. I want to be wowed, and to me this had the wow factor. The photo went from edge to the photo goes from edge to edge. There's nothing nowhere not in this photo where there isn't something to see. The mountains, the skies. It's early morning. He captured that sunset perfectly. The reflection of the water, even down here. The photo continues everywhere. The whole frame is full. And even more than that, it has that wow factor. And I feel like when you hang this on a wall, you could just get lost in this photo. You could get lost in this photo. And that's something that, I'm just, holy shit. Like, to me, this is a wow photo. This is something you sit and you glance at and you fall into it. And it's just got the complete package. And that is why this artwork was chosen. That is why I brought this artwork in. You guys' thoughts?
Looks like painting to me
Really?
more than a,
Yeah.
It looks like I'm like Lord of the Rings type of vibe where I'm going
yeah,
like
exactly,
in a
exactly.
cinematic movie. It's probably one of the best shots I have ever seen in my entire life. Where like I had to look in, is this AI or not? The trees, the mountains. I mean, there's just levels to the grading, and this also blows my mind of the creators that we have on Webby. I would never would have, I mean, I would imagine us having incredible artists, but this just put us to a whole different level. So probably one of the best photos I have seen in my entire life.
Yeah, this photo was just I'll share with you guys something. When I look at a photo and I say, I wish that photo was in my portfolio, you know that photographer nailed it. And this is something that I'm looking at, and something that always, something that always flags me is, when I'm looking at a photo and I'm like, holy shit. Like, where'd this guy take this? You know when somebody hits the spot, right? Because when you look at a photo, you're like, holy shit, where did this guy take this photo from?
I want to go.
Yeah, right. Thank you. I want to go there. I want to duplicate that photo. I want to create that, right? And so as a photographer, and even me, right? Even when when I'm looking at someone's work and I'm like, where'd he take that? I got to go there. I got to go at the exact same time. I got to get the exact same photo, right? When a photographer, and you see this a lot of times with like the Brooklyn Bridge shot, the famous Manhattan shot where everybody goes between the two buildings and the Brooklyn Bridge and everybody takes a photo there. And how many times has that photo been duplicated or shot? You have an award-winning shot when people are trying to, get to that location and figure out where he took it. And so it outdid, I thought, the second shot that he submitted, which was floating on clouds of Lake Bled, which we have right here. I felt like, if this shot wasn't here, this shot probably would have won. But this shot, both of them, I mean, I can't say enough about this guy had the composition right, the coloring right, the time of day right, the clouds right, just everything was right. I look to complain about something. And if I can't see anything that I don't like this, I don't like that. If nothing jumps out to me, then it's a winner. It's just a winner from top to bottom. So yeah, let's move on. The third and final winner, Guardians of Dawn. And so I was having a little difficulty with this. This shot was by this is another great photographer who ended Subhorijit Day. Yeah. So I didn't know whether to take this and put it in, editorial with people. I didn't know where this landed. And once I got past I started looking at the background, started looking at the time of day, the coloring, the shadowing in the background, just everything about this. And the crazy thing about this is we have a submission from a black and white that almost matches this, and I'm wondering if they shot it in the same area. The way he it looked like he applied a little bit of a grain. You can't really see the people, which then kind of took it out of that whole. When you can't see the subject, it kind of takes it out of. It pulled it out of the editorial or the people category, because now it's more becomes of a scene or a landscape, and just the layers of this. Nothing got muddied, nothing got blurred. It has different layers of it with the atmospheric exposure, the clouds, the early morning where the sun was, the background of the statue that's in the to me, this has so many layers. It's just you feel like you're there. And so I felt like this was, this guy, he also submitted, this photographer submitted different categories. And this was so between Alex and Sub Rohit, they could have easily took a few different categories. So I had to make my choices very wise here because I did, like I said earlier, wanted to share. It was killing me to knock out great photography because a great photograph was going up against a great photographer. A great photographer is going to submit 10 great photographs because of their experience, because of their knowledge, because of everything that they know how to do. And when you go up against a photographer that takes a great photograph, it's a shame that that great photograph is going to get knocked out by a great photographer, because I feel like we're here to inspire. You know, we're here to give everyone a chance to bring artists up. So it was killing me to give all of the winners start doubling up. That was really that was the right thing to do, but it was also the right thing to spread the wealth, because I felt like, okay, they got this category, they're gonna win this category too, but there are just as good of photographs here that should win as well. And how do I handle this, right? How do I handle this? And so I felt what was fair was to spread the wealth and give the winnings to 15 different photographers.
I think that's Mark. I think that's really on brand for you because you're always about elevating people up, giving people opportunities. So I think it's completely on brand for what your goals are. What you want to do is to make sure that the most amount of artists get their opportunity.
That's right. That's right.
Like some of these artists could have like had the entire show.
Yeah, they could have they could have swept. Yeah, let's be honest. There were photos in here that could have swept categories, and I didn't have the heart to do it. I didn't think it was the right thing to do. I wanted everybody to be a part of this. And so I appreciate you for saying that, because there were points where it was like, holy shit, like this level of experience just shows it's another level compared to everyone who's entered. And so do they swipe, do they sweep the category, or do we let everybody shine? And I like to let everyone shine, which is why
you came into this saying, like, whether you're new to photography and you're going out with your cell phone and taking a shot, as long as it's a great shot, you're best of the best, I want to see it.
Yeah.
And so I think that was a core component of everything that you went into.
Yeah, I didn't want to alienate anyone, right? I didn't want to I wanted everybody to have a taste of being a part of this. And to me it was like, let's take the best one that they got, let's move that into position, and then let's see what else falls in line, and then let's see how it looks throughout the whole entire gamut of and I'm looking and I'm like, wow, some of these guys won double categories, so I don't want to cheat them of that. So I moved them to a an honorary mention where I held 6 more in contention, because I felt like, let's get some other people into place. Let's spread it out. It's the right thing to do. I wanted everybody to feel the taste of winning. I didn't want somebody to look like, well, this fucking guy, he won this category, all 3 this over here. I didn't want that to happen. I wanted everybody to be a part of this, and I felt like that was really the right thing to do. And so I stuck with that, and I defend that, and I stand by that. I think, in the end, I'm very happy about all of the winners. I'm very happy about everybody who took part in this. What I do want to go ahead.
I think it's more than reasonable, and a lot of contests have the rule that you can win only one. Like, you can submit as many as you want, but you can pick only one spot for that exact reason, like share the spotlight and not hog it all.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I'm fully behind you with this.
I just, to me, in my heart, I will say this, and I'll be very honest and candid. In my heart, there are photographs that were entered that could have easily swept the categories. I could have easily picked 2, 3. There could have easily been 2 or 3 winners of the same name in each category. I just didn't feel that that was the correct thing to do. So, you know, it could have happened, but I wanted everybody to shine. And so that's why I created a little honorable mention category. What I do want to do now is I want to bring one of those up. Green Day, which was shot by, let me make sure I got his name correct here. Green Day, which was by, let's see, he took another category. I think Green Day, Green Day, Green Day. Where are you, Green Day? Okay, I don't have his name, but I know
Give me
he's.
just a second. I'll get it for you.
Okay, thank you. In the meantime, I will talk about this. Green Day, which was selected as an honorable mention. Let's open this up. I love this photo. And this photo, you know, if I want to be just like owls right now. I want to be transparent. I want to be open. This photo found its way into the top 3. And this could have easily been a top 4, a top 5, but this photo found its way into the top 3. This photographer also won in another category that I felt he deserved that category easily. But this photo made its way into it. And it's just, to me, this is the perfect this is the perfect reflection photo. The perfect atmosphere, the perfect coloring. The coloring continues throughout. Green Day is without a doubt, it is Green Day. And also with the trees and just everything, the reflection was clear, the water was still, and to me there was not there's nothing in this photo that's empty. It you know what this photo reminds me of? A jigsaw puzzle. Right? When you do the jigsaw puzzles, every piece of the puzzle was complicated. And so, like, if this was a jigsaw, like, you know, it's a full photo. It's from top to bottom. It's from corner to corner. Everywhere you look, there's something new to see. And then the reflection just, you know, I'm a reflection guy. When the reflection is as clear as the photo, perfect time of day, perfect coloring. He has the composition set straight. The center line is perfect. They always say in photography, the rule of thirds. He broke the rule of thirds. He ran it straight down the middle, and he gave a double reflection, which is very difficult to do, but just beautiful. You know, it's just a beautiful shot. And so I want to give him an honorary mention because
That's Sangram.
Sandgram. Okay, thank you. You know, he was another powerhouse that entered. And I you know, once again, I didn't know how to handle those double categories. But you know, I don't know if you guys have any thoughts about that photo or the last 2 that we showed. But if not, we can move on to our next.
This is another like Lord of the Rings type of shot where I'm like, goodness, this looks
Yeah.
incredible, cinematic. Looks like it can be in a movie with the lighting, atmosphere. It looks like it came from a shot from like National Geographic's magazine or like wildlife. If I just hear any like Amazon sounds, I can like meditate in that area.
It's crazy. Like, you know, and I just want to touch once again, this could have easily been top 3. I wanted to be fair. I wanted a lot of people to shine. And so, you know, I felt like, but it was too good to ignore. It was too good to it killed me to close. I didn't want to close the file, and I'm closing and closing and closing, and I'm like, I can't close this. I need to, you know, I felt like the fair thing was that he should have, you know, he could have easily been part of that top 3, but because he took another category, it was like, okay, you know what? Let's bring this down. I'm still going to make this part of the exhibition. That is what I have for landscape. Oh no, wait, there's one more. There's one more honorary mention, which yeah, let me make sure I got this. Yeah, okay. So this one last honorary mention, which is Facing the Storm. Arijit Mandal. He will be printed and he will
Incredible.
yeah. You know, let me, what's the matter here? Okay. I can't say enough about this photo. It's just wow. Just the way the plane is approaching the clouds. I would love to have a little more conversation with him. I would love to know if this was just a straight shot, what the original shot looked like. I can see that he applied some sepia feel to it. It's just, this is one of those shots that you look at and you're like, whoa, and it's a shame, to me, I was upset. It was a shame that I had felt that there was, better. Because this, to me, was just as equally as great as the other ones there. But yet, how could I only pick 3, right? And that's the part that I was having conflict with, because it was like, oh man, this guy deserves to be in it. But how do you tell somebody that has a great photo, you got edged out by other great photos? And so this is a very I don't know the word I'm looking for, but there's a mood to this, and he captured it perfectly. And
it's an epic shot.
Epic shot. It really is. And that's what we were looking for. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for wow shots, epic shots, things that you just sit and you stare at and you're like, holy shit, stuff that you would have on your wall. Just mind blowing.
This photo tells a whole story, you know, and it makes you question, like, what happened next?
Yes, exactly.
Like Riders of the Storm.
Is he about to go right into it? It's about to go pitch dark? Because right after this, you're not going to see the airplane, and it's like cliffhanging, like from a story.
Right.
Someone's telling you something, so you're like, okay, what's the next shot?
For me, it's like, holy shit, like is this guy going into the storm? What's gonna happen next? Like I have a lot of questions about this photo, and that to me is a winning, when you have questions about a photo and you want to ask the photographer more questions. To me, that's a winning shot. And so this shot was just so. It just killed me to close it. And so that's when I started putting these guys off down below. And I'm like, all right, well, maybe we'll have a couple honorable mentions. Why can't we have a couple more on the wall, especially with these great submissions? Okay, so that, I think, concludes the landscape category. Next category that I want to move on to is, what do you guys like? What do you want to talk about? You want to go wildlife or you want to go black and white?
Beauty.
Okay. Beauty. The subject of beauty changed a little bit from the entries. There was a lot of editorial entries. There was a lot, and when I say editorial, I mean people photos. There was a lot of people photos. And so when I saw all the people photos, I had entitled the section beauty and model, beauty and model. And then as glamour, thank you Sharoa. Beauty, glamour, model. I was looking for that's what I was looking for. And then as we were going through all the submissions and I was looking to see what people submitted and so forth and so on, it became more. It became editorial shots. And at that point it was like, okay, maybe we will extend this to a little bit more of an editorial. I had to shift certain photos and certain submissions around. But, at that point, it was like, let's move in the direction of editorial. So for the first photo up was Joja Peaches, Fire Sunnies. This, to me, was you could not encapsulate a better submission in my mind. I think we had to figure out if it was, we were doing some research between AI or not AI. We were going back and forth, but I love this photo. This photo was one of the ones that jumped out immediately. This is something that I would shoot. This is something that I would look at and say, shit, I wish this was in my portfolio. I felt like it had captured the glamour. It's interesting. The glasses are interesting. There's nothing, the composition was perfect. The lighting, the different shades of light, the warmness to it, just the editorial aspect of it. Everything about this photo was on point. The depth of field, where he brings your perspective, he brings the glasses are a tiny bit, the focus is between the glasses and the eyes, but everything else, look, I mean, even if you look on the left side of the face, the eyebrow is starting to fall out of depth of field, which means this was a very shallow. This was maybe a 2-3 inch depth of shield from the tip of the depth of field from the tip of the nose to the eye, which is only 3, maybe 2-3 inches, and that's where the focus was. To me, this is a glamour shot. This is something you would see. I feel like they're advertising the glasses. They're a special pair. This is a glamour. This encapsulates everything that I was looking for in the category. This is what I wanted. There's nothing off with this photo. To me, it's a perfect photo. Any thoughts, guys?
Yeah, I was pretty impressed by Joja's piece too. I mean, when we were looking it up, this is actually a piece that she's won awards on it previously. So it's gorgeous. I love the way that the reflection out of the glasses on the cheeks almost looks like tribal markings.
Yeah.
Like it's just it's really gorgeous.
Owls.
It reminds me like a magazine, like a perfume.
Yes.
Like a perfume ad or advertisement or like high fashion look and feel with this photography. I love that. I mean, this one really stood out. Obviously, like you just said, I remember you doing the curation. You're like, wait, is this real? Right? It was
Yeah,
good,
yeah.
right?
That was the big question behind this
so,
one.
Yeah. Who's the artist again?
Joja Peaches.
Yeah, shout out to JoJo. Fantastic artwork. We definitely want to see more what your artwork has on Webby. And yeah, what else you got? Let's build that portfolio, right? Let's see what else.
Okay.
That's the other part too, Mark, is
Well,
that
she's a photographer by profession, so I want to definitely see more of her work.
also too for you guys that are also submitted artwork. Mark actually went back to your portfolio on Webby to also look at other artwork as well too. So if you're submitting to like an open call, I just want to let you guys know, curators are also going back to your portfolio and looking at more of your artwork to see how it matches for it seems. So
That's right.
just know how important it is to build out that portfolio.
That's right. I went back to everybody's page. I wanted to confirm all of these. I was animate looking at everyone's portfolios. There's a lot of things that came into play. Especially when we went below the top 50. The top 50 just kind of skimmed off the wins. Top 50 kind of skimmed off the best. But then when it went from top 50 to top 15, that's when, I was very, let me check this one. Let me check that one. Let me see what else they got in the background. I wanted to make sure that everybody who pulled a win was very deserving. The next one up, Shams. Okay, so this is the part where I had difficulty because there were so many great editorial shots that were submitted. It opened the category more into editorial, magazine photos, and it was difficult to ignore great shots because it was like, okay, if I stick with glamour and beauty, I'm limited to these 5 submissions. what am I going to do with all of these other submissions that entered under, glamour and beauty, which they really didn't fit the mold that I had in my mind as far as glamour and beauty. You did, Owls. But these other, it was like, so do I expand it? I didn't know what to do. And I could give you some thoughts on the two that you did submit too, because we lost you. Did you go mute on me? Oh
No, I said I really do like how you narrowed it down to 3. You really did pick the best of the best. So, every artist that got selected, you guys are the best of the best. Don't get it wrong. But everybody else that didn't get submitted, it was by like an inch or
it really was.
or a filter. So I think Marc is really going to encourage you guys to attack it again. And I think at the end, Marc, maybe you can give some wise words for the ones that maybe didn't get selected. They were close. What do you suggest? How can you improve, and what's to look out for? And then I do suggest, I know you have 3, but maybe opening it up to 5 per category, since we're getting a lot of submissions. It's getting tougher and tougher for
5 per category was the
okay,
right
okay.
number. Yeah, 5 per category was the right number. You nailed it on the head. And that's just a tech mistake on our end, my end. That's, it's I felt like, at the end it was like 5 per category was the right, that would have really gave me the flexibility to get the right winners in there. I wouldn't have cared so much about the doubles, or the double in the categories. But to me, it was like, we said 3, we wanted to stay at 3, and we kept it at 3. So one of those bumps and bruises along the way where we're learning. Let's see, what do we got next? Okay, so opening this category up to editorial now, I want to bring in the next shot, which I thought was awesome, and that was Shams Pronto. Shams Pronto submitted The Fisherman. Holy shit, what a great capture. Net, midway in the air, the shadow, you see the fish skipping. It's the throw. To me, editorial photos don't get better than this. This is a banner shot. This is a shot that, if a second frozen in time, and I couldn't ignore this. I couldn't ignore this shot. Perfect coloring. I like how there's a gradient over the water. I'm not sure if these are leaves or shadow leaves. I don't know if someone shot it from a cliff or shot it with a drone. Whatever the case may be, it's just the perfect composition, the perfect angle, the perfect capture. The water is frozen to clarity. A lot of times when people shoot stuff like this, the water will blur because they don't have the right shutter speed, but not here. This was a perfect capture in time. This was the right use of equipment. This was the right frame, the right coloring. Couldn't not pick this and get it into the editorial glamour beauty category. Guys, thoughts? Ghost, Owls, Sharoa?
I think you pretty much captured it all, but it literally is like just that perfect moment where, a second later you would have lost the shot. It's just amazing.
Shots like these make me wonder. I want to talk to the photographer. Like, how many times did you, how many times did you shoot this?
Or you've got a high speed shutter that's going off, and you're like snap, 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 and taking a whole bunch back to back, and then you isolate that perfect one.
Yeah, how many guys? I got questions. Like when I have questions, it's you got my curiosity piqued, right? So that is yeah.
Marc, the other thing too, this is another shot that's like, did he catch anything? He's cliffhanging me again, right? I want to know.
There's a story
did
here.
that cast work, right?
Yes.
There's a story
Yes.
behind it. I want to know the next shot. Did he capture anything? And I feel like that's something I'm learning here in this photography masterclass with Marc here is like, when you create the photo, capture that curiosity. And I think that's the part where um, you make the photo come alive because you make a feeling, you make that connection of wanting to know more, and that draws a viewer in.
Ghost, any thoughts? I think Ghost got to reboot his mic. While we wait for Ghost to find his mic, let's bring up the third and final. I am very familiar with these photographers. If you are familiar with these photographers, I am. Oh, go ahead, Ghost. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to same as what Als was saying. Like it's a complete untold story in a single image. Like I want to know what's this guy doing? Like is this his way of life? Is it, like does he go out every day to fish like this? Like so yeah, I completely agree. Like it's one image with a full story in it. A little bit of magic.
When a photo really creates questions inside of you, I think it's a winner. I think the photographer did their job. When you're sitting there and hey, what happened? What happened? What happened next? And like that's it. You did your job. You captured the right shot. After you get that, after you capture that beautiful essence, right? The next thing becomes color, composition. Did you get the right composition? Did you get the right color? Did you get the right timing? Post work, sharpness, depth of field, but if you capture that story, that's where it all starts. Okay, our third and final winner in this category. And you know what, Owls? Interesting, because you made a post of how much you liked this photo. And then I was looking through everything, and I said, holy shit, this is definitely a winner. Saturday Morning Shave by Mayu Drops.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You can resonate. You can smell the barber shop from the photo. Yeah.
Man, not only do you feel like you're outside the shop looking in, but you also feel like you are in the shop, And what I love about this photo is the split screen. Because the shop is so fogged up on the right side and so clear on the left, it looks like someone might have even wiped the window. And if they did wipe, it looks like, I don't know if you guys can tell here, but it looks like somebody might have took a paper towel and cleared the window. And then on the right side, it's fogged. And so there's a person waiting. And so you can't really see what's going on in the barbershop, but to the left side you can. And so whomever made this choice to clear the window, this is part of photography, guys. This is part of, the shot might have not been here. It might have just been two foggy windows, but yet someone cleared the window and they gave this photo a double depth of field. It captured the front of the shop, it captured within the shop, and then the right side of the shop completely blurry, right? And great photo. It's just a great photo. Now, you see what's going on in there. You feel like you're a part of it, but yet you feel like one of those Christmas photos. You know those Christmas movies where the person is cold and they're shivering and they're always looking from the outside in on the scene? And that's what it gives me. That's the feel it gave me. And it was one of the best editorial / glamour / people shots that were here. I don't know. Thoughts, guys?
When you're talking about the split there and how the one side that's foggy, but on that side you can see the reflection so well of what's going on in the street. So you get sort of like a peek at not only what's going on inside the shop, but what's happening outside and what the community looks like. And it's a great photo. It's a great photo. It's a story.
Webby, Owls, you saw something way in the beginning. What was it that spoke to you? Because I saw you make a post about this, and I'm like, Jesus, this guy's calling winners.
No, I think I was just highlighting. I mean, I'm in the barber shop a lot. All right, so this is I can resonate with this being at the barber shop, waiting the lights and getting things, ready to get my cut or getting shaved, and like I said, it just connected with me on a personal level.
This felt so old school too.
I know,
right?
like some other country, like it doesn't even say barber on the window. It says berber or something like that. So I was like, what is this AI? Like, what is this? How is this shot so crispy? I'm still kind of just in awe with it, but very interesting shot angle, and it really connected.
And it captured a moment in time, Ghost, thoughts?
It's Turkish, right? On the window. Like
Yeah, that would make sense because the photographers are in Turkey. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
So, yeah. I for me, it reminded me at something we got as an assignment in at Art Academy, where we had to go out in the world. We had to make a photo. That we had to make one little change to the environment and take the same photo again, and then compare the two. But yeah, for like, I love the colors with this one, the brown and the gray, and like the scene in the background, but the foreground, I think is the right word in English. Like like Shiroa said, a whole different scene there. So yeah, it has this multiple layers. I love it.
You know what else it is, Mark? And I think what I like about this, it's actually something that none of us has mentioned. It's the shot itself when you look at the faces of the two men, the barber and his customer. It's the joy on their faces.
Yeah.
It's just a subtle joy there, but it's just, you look at this, it's like a moment captured in somebody's life, and there's happiness there.
The crazy thing about this too is this is something that almost gives you the feeling of a professional stock photo. If you were and when I get that professional stock photo feel, I'm like, yeah, it's got it all. The framing was right. The modification to the window where they wiped the mist, the steam off it, because obviously it's cold outside and it's very warm in the barber shop, so it created condensation. So the person, if the photographer, if Bayou drops, if they did wipe the glass to create this photo, to me, you actively created the photo. You framed it perfectly. Yeah, it's just an all-around excellent shot.
But it also shows like small businesses. Like this is a one guy with one, this is himself running. It might look like he has a laundromat in the back as well too. So like the more details that you go in, the more you connect. And again, as a man who goes to the barber shop, I mean, this is like your temple where you meet with your barber. You can open up and have open conversations, and like what Shoro said, it's when you're really happy, you forget about everything. You're getting a cut, getting a shave, and you're getting ready to look good.
It makes me wonder, like, how much stories would this barber hear every day?
Yes,
people,
yeah,
right?
yeah. He probably knows more than a lot of them do, right, around culture.
Okay. Now, I went a little overboard on this category because there were so many great submissions that I wanted to expand it a little. And so I added a few more because I felt that they deserved it. But once I expanded this category to editorial, it dropped in a bunch of photos. I didn't think that was too fair for the people who did submit when it comes to beauty and fashion, or beauty and so I want to bring in a couple more here that I brought in. Stephanie submitted a photo. It was a self-portrait photo. I'm gonna expand this. Let's see. Okay. So I love everything. So this is stuff that I would go out and shoot. And this just, For me, this resonated with me immediately. It was like, it's tough to compete with the others, but fit the category, fit the glamour, it fit the beauty, it fit everything, and it's a great photo. It was edged out by small details in others, maybe captured time, maybe details, maybe just very intricate shots. But to me, this held its weight with everything. Once again, a great photo versus a collage of really great photos, and it'd be a shame not to showcase this photo. The depth of field is perfect. The feel at night is perfect. Her pose is perfect. I love the red streaks in her hair. And I love the framing of it. The composition was right. I might just twist it a little, but it doesn't, the tilt of it doesn't bother me. This is the ideal selection for an editorial night photo. This is the ideal selection for if you were to say, Mark, I need you to go out and shoot an artist in his neighborhood. Can you get me some outside editorial photos, some glamour shots? It has the glamour. It has the model. So to me, this ticked all the boxes. It checked everything, and I felt like it fit right in. When I expanded the category, I felt that there were better choices when it came to intricacies and details, but I was upset that this got knocked out, and then that got me thinking, next time, editorial category, beauty category, right? Two different categories. But once again, I didn't want to shun this or shut it down or not pay credit where credit is due. I thought this was a great shot. Guys, thoughts?
I agree with you 100% on this one. I love the night shot. You got to work for this one, right? You got to get on the rail. You got to get on the side. You got to get her ready to go. There's just a lot of work that puts into some of these photos, especially because you got to do the makeup on scene. You got to run around. I'm sure she probably took a bunch of shots around the city, and this was probably one of the ones that came out as the top one. So great shot, Steph.
Yeah, not only that, Owls, but if you read, it's a self-portrait, right? So she's got to set up the camera. She's got to get into position. She has to pose. There's a lot that takes place in this photo. Outside, she's just not walking around with a photo, taking a photo. She's setting up the camera for the shot, for the photo. She's setting the timer off. She's jumping in front of it. She's getting her pose perfect, and then boom, it fires, it captures, and here we are with the shot. Now.
How do you take a shot like that? Do you have like a little remote controller or like?
So two ways. Sometimes you have a digital firing pin, like a button in your hand. Sometimes it's connected to a cord, and you have the cord running out. Sometimes I'm sure there's Bluetooth by now. So when I used to take my self-portrait shots, I used to set the camera up. I used to always have a stand-in. I used to get the stand-in. I used to get the shot, and then I used to be like, okay, great, watch out. And then I used to have the trigger. I used to fire the camera. You could set the camera to a 5-second, a 10-second, a 30-second, and then you can see the light on the front of the camera as it counts off the seconds, and then it starts flickering when you're in your 3 last seconds, and then boom, fires and clicks. So you could be here for a very long time. You could nail it on the first shot. Then you have to get up. You got to go around. You got to look at the back of the camera. You got to see if you got what you liked. You got to see if it's in focus. There's a lot when it comes to self-portrait shots. So there is, in no way, shape, or form is this an easy shot to do, especially her being the photographer and her being the model. So I thought there was a lot of credit that was deserved for this shot because I know how difficult it could be when it comes to doing self-portrait shots. You could sit there all night. You could do 6 hours worth of shots until you find something that you like. So, and then you either, like I said, you either set the camera or you have a trigger connected to the camera. I don't see a trigger in her hand. It might be. She might be hiding it behind her leg. But if there wasn't a trigger, it was a matter of her getting up, getting off, hitting the button, getting back there, sitting there. Okay, let me go check. Okay, good. No, don't like it. Okay, back. Hit the button. Get back. Get, and then she has to, by the time she gets in that position, she has to feel comfortable, look comfortable. So there's a lot to talk about when it comes to this shot.
Thank you.
You guys got any thoughts, or should we move on?
Let's go on to the next one. You've got a whole bunch to go through still.
Okay. Tacking on time. Okay. Let's see what else. No. So this. Let's see. We get everybody here. I think we got everybody. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Okay. Let's bring up Cradle of Dust. I think the shot speaks for itself. Drone shot. There was a model in the shot. How do you ignore this photo? Alexander, once again, comes in with a home run photo, and it just, he took the landscape, right? So to me, it was like, and this is one of those difficulties that I had, because I'm looking at this and I'm like, how could you ignore this photo? How could you ignore this selection? How does this not place in top, winners? But, here he is sitting in another category already, a winner. So to me, I thought this deserved an honorable mention. I thought this was an excellent shot. The place where he had her laying, I don't know if there was I don't know if there was digital manipulation here. I don't know. I want to know how deep the cuts in these rocks are. Once again, a great shot by Alexander, and someone who could have easily, swept. But I thought this shot deserved its credit. Okay. Moving on. What section would you guys like to? Want to go wildlife? Let's go wildlife. Moving on to the next section, wildlife. Aparna Mandal with the photo called Trio. Aparna submitted a few photos, great photos. And it was very difficult to choose alone just from her photos. She submitted an elephant photo. She submitted this giraffe photo. She submitted quite a few different photos. And this, I don't know, the sunset was right. The coloring was right. The family was right. Everything about this photo was right to me. It was an epic photo. It was the right time of day. It was the right composition. Another photo where she applied the 2/3 properly. She brought down the horizontal line. Everything about this was perfect. Any thoughts, guys?
National Geographic again. There's just different levels to it. And like, again, Webby has some of the best creators in the world, and this just shows it.
Chiroa, Ghost, anything?
I love
Yeah,
the
it was
colors
pretty.
too. Oh, go ahead.
No, that's okay. Go ahead, Ghost.
I just wanted to say that I love the colors and the composition, like how it's so little, but so much detail in the air, and yeah, very interesting shots. But, yeah, thanks. You go
Yeah.
ahead.
All I was going to add is that this photographer, and I'm actually wondering if they're a couple, because there's two people who had these similar types, epic shots that were absolutely gorgeous, and wondering if it's like a couple that goes out and does their photography together. But yeah, a whole string of amazing wildlife shots.
Yeah, like Mayu shots. Mayu drops. They're husband and wife. And so, yeah, I mean, a great photo, just just stands off the page. They had an elephant photo, which I was one hand there was this elephant photo shot, and the other hand there was the giraffes, and it was like, well, one of these are taking it, one of these are taking the wildlife, but I just happen to favor this more. So great job, congratulations. Okay, let's bring up the second one. The next one for wildlife. Now, Dr. Ranjantham, Harmony of Nature. Yeah. I just, yeah. Perfect time, perfect shadowing. I don't know what bird this is, but it seems to have a variation in feathers. It just, I don't know. It's just, I love a wildlife shot where I feel there's wildlife in the wild. To me, the right time of day, the right composition, the right shadowing, the right subject, the right framing. This shot could have been a lot bigger, and maybe he framed this out of the shot. And that's part of being a photographer. That's part of submitting a great shot. Thoughts, guys?
I'm just curious what kind of bird it is too, because I like those two long feathers.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I thought a very interesting subject. All right, let's.
I wonder about the colors of the bird. Like now it's a silhouette.
It's very interesting choice. This is where, right? Do you want to see it? Do you just appreciate the shadowing of it? To me, this is a mood, wildlife. I don't know. This is, I feel like Owls is going to come on and be like National Geographic. And that's, that's.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a stunning photo. I love orange is one of my favorite colors. So I just naturally connect with it. The shadow behind the scenes, it's incredible shot. And I don't know, there's a bunch of great shots, but this one I think stood out because the more in depth, the more you look into it, there's more details, and it gets your curiosity riled up to learn more about the photo or the photographer.
Absolutely.
It's one of those shots, Mark, where you like when you just glance at it, you're like, what is this? And then you stop and look at it, then you're like, oh, you see everything, right?
I agree with you. When I saw the feathers, it made me question. I was sitting there and trying to figure out, what type of bird is this? I've never seen this type of bird before. I've never seen anything like. And then the coloring and the time of day. When you take a wildlife shot, all the background has such an important part in the wildlife shot. Because it's the habitat of the wildlife, and so super important, so super important when it comes to that. We're going to bring up our third and final shot, which is We See You, Spotted Owls. I'm going to, I think I don't have this one open, but I want to get the photographer's name properly. But another photographer who submitted, who easily could have taken a lot of different categories. Let me.
It's a Sangram again.
This is okay. Okay, thank you. This is what I wanted to make sure. So we saw one of Sangram's photos, the Green Day. This was the photo I picked over Green Day. Let's open this up and get this up because I feel that this photo this was my favorite photo. This was my favorite wildlife photo. This was one of my favorite picks of all the photos. This is a photo that I aspire to shoot. This is at the right place, at the right time, the right coloring, the right capture, the right framing. Just there is nothing the right background. I can't say enough about this photo. To me, it was a winner the minute I knew it the minute I saw it. I said, that's a, and to me, this photo was a lot more important than Green Day. Even though Green Day is just as equally as a great photo as this photo, it was difficult for me to, the categories. He deserves this category, hands down. And so that's what, made me make some changes in the landscape. But there is this photo right here, wallpaper, the whole side of a room, a billboard, National Geographic, the right timing. I can't say enough about this photo. I think you see the greatness of it. How do you not? And not one owl, but two owls. And on top of it, a lot of times you'll see people take pictures from below. I don't know how he got this. I don't know if he was in the tree opposite them, but it's a straight on photo. And this is what I look for. There was effort made to get this photo. I don't know if he was in a treetop shooting. I don't know what was going on, but I want to know, how did you get it on head on? Because I know this wasn't on the floor. So there was a lot of effort here. The clarity, the depth of field, everything was perfect. Guys?
Well, I think it's pretty hard to capture owls daytime to begin with. So it's a pretty epic shot. And that's a really, really old oak tree. And that it's got this huge teardrop hollow that's made a perfect home for these owls. Like, that's pretty cool.
And the expression in their face, like you can see that they have different personalities almost, right? Like if you, but yeah, I love the color and the focus on the tree and the owls, and then the background, which is like you can slightly see the trees in the background, but yeah, I love how the sharpness of yeah, great shot.
Owls. What do you think about the owls? He might be busy. Okay. That is
It's a great shot. It reminds me of me and Mrs. Owl in her love tree. No, great shot. It is very rare to even see owls during the day. You can just hear them. That's why my camera's not on. But yeah, great shot. Like you said, makes me wonder, did they go up on a tree? How they get the shot? How they get their attention? And it's for me, it's owls are very wise, and I have a lot more connection to owls than probably anybody here in this Web3 space. But love this photo. Great choice, Marc.
It was hands down. It was already, it didn't take me much to decide about that guy. Okay, moving on. That was wildlife.
About the previous one, it's a greater racket-tailed drongo from the previous shot, like with the two very long tails. I looked it up if the people are interested. But yeah, let's move on.
Okay. Ghost, you need to get in the. I think you need to center yourself a little bit on camera. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Next. Yeah, we'll save creative for end. Let's do black and white next. We did landscape. We did wildlife. We did beauty. Let's do black and white next. Black and white. Some of the things that I look for. Levels of contrast. I'm gonna start with Mohammed Hamed Hassan. He submitted quite a few beginning of the day. This guy is a phenomenal photographer. When I look at black and white, I like to see a story. I like to see levels of contrast. I like to see depth of field. A lot of times when you do black and white, very difficult to show depth of field. because a lot of times the colors blend with each other. When I see a black and white shot, I want it to be distinctive. I want it to stand out. I want to look at it. I want it to tell a story. I want to see a foreground. I want to see a background. I want to see distinguishable differences through the layers. I want to see perfect composition. These are the things that I look for when it comes to black and white. I don't want to see just a photo turned black and white and, oh, hey, I thought it'd make a cool photo. Black and white, no. I want to see a story, and this has it all. This has everything. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what the Grim Reaper over here with the sickle is doing off to the left, but I see depth of field. I see morning, maybe fog. It's just, this is one of those photos where the sky itself being one color lent to the black and white greatness of it. Because when you turned it, or when it was turned, if you turned it, if it wasn't shot in black and white, the white made everything protrude off of the photo, which brings me to, like, I don't know if this feels like a Castlevania like video game where this is the first layer and the layer behind it is moving slow. Whatever it is, it's a great shot. It's just there's a feeling to it, and to me, you can't get a better black and white than this.
I'm seeing parts of the world I haven't ever seen in real life by looking at some of these photos, Mark. I don't know about you. This is color or not color.
Yeah.
I'm on a journey through this curation so far.
Yeah, different parts, a lot of different parts of the world. A lot of, owls. A lot of these guys were really good shooters, and it was a difficult. It's difficult. I want to see everybody get to this level of quality, to this level of greatness. And, by showing these winners, everyone who did not get selected, I want them to understand what I'm looking for, what makes a great shot, in my opinion. What is that winner? What would you hang on your wall, Mark? What would you buy? What would you purchase? I would purchase all of these. Every single one of these, I feel is a wall-worthy shot. Yeah. And on top of it, you're right. We're going through a journey through life, all different parts of the world that we've never seen before. Ghost, Chiroa?
You know what? I was going to submit, I have one photo that I actually won awards on. And what's ironic is you see the cart that they're on. That's what my photo is as well. The problem was it was so badly damaged and degraded, I could not submit it. But I totally recognize this. This is old. Like, we don't use any of this technology really in North America anymore, but it's definitely used in other parts of the world. But I mean, I had this as like a vintage piece of farm equipment that was like, sitting outside an old museum, and I happened to capture a shot. And I'll have to show it to you later, but it's literally the same kind of cart. So I love it because, I mean, it was like so close to home for me.
So it's just a great framed shot. Ghost, any thoughts?
I love the low perspective of I would say the low position of the camera. I think that you get like the vision almost in the middle. And how flat it is, but at the same time how deep the picture is. Like, yeah, great use of the black and white, I think.
Muhammad, what you guys are going to see a little later with the creative section. Muhammad Ahmed Hassan had a great creative photo. He was edged out a little, but he did take the black and white category. I thought he did a phenomenal job. Next one up, Ayana Sill, Misty Morning Whispers. Yeah. I don't know, man. I need to know if the dogs were real. I need to know what's going on here. I feel like this is kind of like that. I feel like we shot this in the same place as the earlier landscape photo. It's so crisp. It's clean. It's clear. It tells a story. It's got the dogs. It's got the riders in the back. It's got the atmospheric fist. It's got the atmospheric mist. It's got the levels. You see the way background. It's just not a white background. You see the foreground. You see the ground. And then, to me, once again, another complete shot, another great shot. Any thoughts, guys?
Well, this is one of the sets, and I was wondering, is this like, husband and wife or something like that? Because like you said, like it's those same horsemen, it's the same monument in the background, but completely different shots. It feels like with that mist, is this mist there commonly, or is this like the same day? You could easily, like, you could hang these two side by side. You know what I mean? Like they complement one another, and they must be in the same place. But they're awesome.
Awesome indeed. Okay, let's.
Those dogs, though, like the dogs,
They're so perfectly right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are like perfectly trained, perfectly sitting, perfectly, and it's like I don't know if the dogs are with the riders. Go ahead, Ghost.
Or just like the perfect moment captured.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. It feels so surreal, this moment. Just a great capture and a great choice to turn it black and white. It paid off. If they turned it black and white, this might have been shot in black and white. So please, if I don't want to insult anybody, if it was shot in black and white, I apologize. But I have a habit of shooting digital color and then turning it black and white. But if whatever it may be, it's just a great fight. And then the white and the black on the dogs, just a great shot. Great shot. Owls, I don't know if you have anything to add, but we could move on to the
No, we can move on. Thank you.
Got you. Okay. Last but not least, in the black and white, we have Hito. Hito submitted Vine Point. I saw this photo when he first posted this photo. And Hito is an excellent, not only does Hito have an excellent ability to capture composition when it comes to architecture, but he's also phenomenal when it comes to black and white shooting. When I first saw this, the first thing I thought was haunted house. But more than that, I don't know what happened here. I don't know if there's a moon reflection off the top edge. I don't know if it was an open exposure. This is not something easy to shoot. The vines, this whole thing, if anybody went out and shot this whole thing should have been dark, black. But yet he was able to capture not only a great perspective, not only a great composition, not the architecture, but just the way the black and white, the top of the roof, it doesn't blend into the background. You see the variance in vines. You see the contrast in the trees. The angle he decided to take it at, not too many people can pull off this angle shot. He got the sidewalk perfect with the horizontal lines. So, when it comes to a shot like this, you always want to look at where the horizontal lines run. They run to the back edge of the right side of the photo. That's where, your eyes are drawn. But yet, to me, you can see everything. And I want to see everything, and it's not easy to see everything when you do black and white. A lot of stuff gets lost, a lot of stuff gets muddied, confused, and so I just thought this was an excellent photo. It was an excellent architectural shot, and I felt like it stood out over a lot of the submissions. So congratulations, Hito. Guys, any thoughts?
Congratulations, Hito. Good job. I like this shot as well too. I always look at lines in architecture, see if it brings it out, and this one definitely did.
I love the straightness of the building, and then the roundness of the street walk, the sidewalk, like almost like it's a fisheye lens that's used.
He did a great job on this photo. I saw it the day he posted it, way before this contest, and it's funny because he's one of the people like, are you entering? Are you putting anything in? Like, you know, I'm glad that he did enter. I'm glad that he did join because I think he has great talent when it comes to black and white.
Struck me as being kind of like a long exposure night shot. And I'm actually a big fan of like unusual angles, and even in a lot of the artwork that I'll do is I like to go for sort of like the awkward angle. It just sort of gives so much more character to the image that you're looking at, that it's not like what you would expect. It's different, right? So it makes it's like you're looking at the world from a different perspective. And so that's what I like about the unusual angles, you know. Trying to think of who it is that did a lot of that in their film. But anyways, it just adds a lot of personality and a unique perspective.
All right. That is the black and white category. Now we have one lingering outside of the black and white category. It's actually, once again, by the same photographer, but this is outside of the category. But I felt like this photo was too good to not pay attention to. The photo is entitled The Pin Down Moment. It's also by Ianeva Sil. And yeah, great photo. You know, great photo. You know, it's I didn't know what to do with this photo. I felt like it belonged in. And see, this is where some complications came in because I felt like it belonged in editorial, but yet it was black and white. So where, you know, and where do I put it? Where does it go? And so, you know, I thought this deserved an honorable mention. I don't know if it was from the roof above. I don't know. Might have been a drone because it looks like it's above the telephone pole here. But yeah, just an interesting perspective on how to shoot something like this. Very distinct. The crowd is, you know, the crowd is blended, but the ring is distinct. You know, some people have a knack at shooting certain things. Ianeva, I think, is not only phenomenal at black and white, but very good at perspective as well. So I want to say congratulations to all those guys. I don't know if you guys have any thoughts or want to say anything.
I totally understand what you mean about not knowing whether it went into editorial or black and white, because when you're going through the editorial shots and I'm looking in the runner-up folders, I was almost going to say, oh, don't forget about this one. And then I went, oh, right, it's black and white. I totally get it.
Yeah, you know, how do you judge? I'm sitting here like black and white, but this is really kind of an editorial with humans. This shot really, if I saw this shot in color, I would say it would rank up with the fisherman shot. Right? I felt like they were two par on shots. I don't think it's easy to shoot with drone or shoot from above. So to capture something very captivating from above, like Alex did with the model on the rocks, or the way the fisherman looked, or this, to me, all equally phenomenal shots. So maybe next time a drone category or an above shot category, right? But very interesting to see a different perspective of photos. Ghost, Owls, any thoughts?
It's almost like looking at an old school newspaper. That's the feeling that I get from it.
Exactly.
Just a great photo. Okay, guys, we got one last section to go. Let's bring up these three. The last section and the final section is creative. Creative photos. How did I judge those? A couple different ways. Using the camera very creatively, the photo that came out, the model creatively, the thought, the concept being creative, the lighting being creative, the camera in terms of tech creative, whether you slowed it down, whether you sped it up. I wanted to see the same thing. Even though it's creative, I wanted to see good composition. I wanted to see great color. I wanted to see a story, something that made me think, look. So, first off, which, let's see. Now you're going to say, Mark, you sat here the entire time and said nobody should win double categories. However, if you're familiar with this photography team, I'd like to believe that they shoot different styles. The husband shoots solid drops, Mayu drops. He shoots drops in water. The wife, she shoots editorial photos, people photos, shot photos, things of that nature. So I want to bring up Mayu drops, which is the name of this is Crown Light. Crown Light, to me, I've been a fan of their photography. Everyone knows I repost their photography. Everybody knows I love the drop collections and the drop series. To be able to have an opportunity to award them something for these photos, I don't think. I think awards are very popular for him. I've seen the process. I've interviewed them on the show. And I just, this is, these never get old. The clarity, the crispness, the background, the frozen in time moment. It's a winner to me. It's a creative winner. I believe there was another submission. Karina had a submission where she had a drink with pink drops. And I felt like they were neck and neck, but I would have liked to see a little more background in that photo. I felt like just the pink on the black, it was missing something. And so when I had these neck and neck and I was comparing them, I felt like Mayu drops took the creative, part. I felt like Karina was neck and neck with this photo, but for me, this had the background, this had the composition, this had the angle, the way it's frozen, and I love every drop shot they do. Am I a little biased here? I think it's deserved. I think he earned it. I know the process that it takes. He shoots hundreds of shots for one shot. I feel like it, yeah. So, any thoughts, guys?
Well, questions again, right? Because it's clearly this had took a lot of work to set up. You want to have the right coloring in your liquid, but it's sort of like if this is in I don't know if it's in a bowl or what, but it's like I've got that curved background, and it makes me wonder where the heck is the camera in relation to everything. It's just like it's surreal.
I think it's a perfect blend of background and foreground. It's just not, the focus is just not on the drop and the clarity of the drop. The focus is on the entire photo. And there's a lot in there, yeah. Owls, I don't know if you have any thoughts or.
I think he had to step away. So
okay.
Let's
Ghost?
go on to the next one.
Oh, all right, let's move forward. Okay. The next creative shot, Sketchlight. I have been a fan of her work for a long time. At first, I did not see her submit, so I was questioning why. But then towards the end, she did submit. She had 3 or 4 different submissions. All were great shots. But to me, this fell right into the creative realm of shot. Not only is it creative with the lighting, not only is it creative with the double exposure, not only is there the perfect halo of light, but she also chose this area of color on the walls. At first, I thought it was a black and white shot until I saw the color. And I said, oh, interesting how the color is muted, but there. All focus is on the subject, which is the model, and the light that shines through the model might represent her heart, might represent her beam, aura. A well-deserved creative shot. Once again, camera technique, double exposure involved, halo lighting, reflections off the glass, and then bringing two different shots together in one shot. Super creative, deserved the win. Stood out to me as a very creative shot. I thought an excellent, well done shot. She deserved the win. Congratulations, Sketch.
Yeah, Sketch does a lot of really cool images. Like I've seen a few in the past. I think I've actually seen this one before she submitted. I'm not even sure. I mean, this might be one she submitted to one of my open calls. I think it might be. And if that's the case, I think I also selected this one. But I know she submitted a few with me as well. She really does cool stuff. I like the way she experiments with light. She really does unique artworks. So
very creative, very creative.
Mhm.
And
not a lot of people work with light as part of their photography. So this is like, it really makes her stand out as a unique photographic artist.
I like to see the creative use. Ghost, any thoughts real quick?
I was very happy. I was making a gallery in the metaverse, and she submitted this one there as well. So I was very happy with it. Like I love it how the circle is perfectly in the middle, but still a very interesting composition there. Like,
yeah, composition is perfectly balanced. The use of color made it a color shot, so it didn't fall into the black and white category. Which then made me push it into the creative category, which is where I thought it belonged, because she did get very creative when it came to lighting and double exposure. And I like to see creative things. Last but not least, this is one of my favorite shots that were submitted. The shot is called Brilliant Reflection. It is by Mina Lisa, 1991. And yeah, so this is as creative can get. The smoke, the light shining through the bowl with the colored water. It ranks up there with all the other creative photos. It's just not a standalone photo. There's a lot going on in here. And the way that she uses, this is one of those photos where the black complements the actual picture. A well-deserved win. Well-deserved creative lighting. It was nice to see all of this creative stuff, but this is one of those photos that, as I was going through everything, just stood out. It just stood out, and to me, it was an instant winner. I wasn't sure, once again, what to do with it. Didn't know if it was editorial but to me, it really fell into the creative category. I love creative lighting. I love creative tricks with the camera. I love just creative processing, creative post. I like to see creative stuff. I like to see when people go past the average photo. And this is way beyond past the average photo. Ghost, any thoughts, Taroa?
I had to sit and look back at it, because it was just like, just the way the light's coming through that bowl and casting the different areas with the light, where she's got some on her face, which frames her face perfectly, but it also catches on her arm. But it's the way it framed her face that I think I love that. It's perfect.
Yeah, it was a perfect shot. It was a perfectly lit shot. The composition was perfect. The angle she took it at was perfect. Just a great all-around shot. Ghost, I don't know if you have any thoughts.
I love the colors, but above all the smoke. Like this is what got me interested in photography in the first place back in the day when I saw this. Like I was sitting in the shed smoking my cigarette and I saw the smoke going out, and yeah, so
Beautiful.
great memory in there as well.
It makes you feel like you're in a club.
Yeah.
But we have another one that you had in the runner-ups that it's actually my absolute favorite photo. So you gotta make sure you capture that one too.
Are we referring to the fishing net? Hang on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know.
I love that one.
So, okay, this is one of those conflicts where Muhammad Ahmad Hassan, I felt like his work in the black and white was so strong that it deserved to be there. I wanted to spread spread the wealth between different photographers, but I had a hard time. He entered this in creative, and if I would have went with this, it would have knocked someone else out, and then it didn't feel right. But we're going to talk about an honorable mention: traditional fishing. I thought this was a phenomenal shot. This is what a creative way to shoot this. The net, the depth of the way that the gradient of how the net falls off, the angle that he shot it at. I don't know if this is.
It's crazy, this shot.
It's crazy. Yes.
And like the absolute contrast, and then that circle is almost perfect. It's just like, oh my gosh, this shot blew my mind. Like I was like, oh my, like I have no words. Like I wouldn't have even known how perfect, casting those nets would look like that. I have no words. It's just looks beautiful.
It's an amazing shot. Like it's just, you can't say, an amazing shot because sometimes it leaves you speechless. You don't know what to say about it. I will say this, that the angle, I'm gonna say this is a drone photography. Now he had submitted this to the creative category, which really thank God he did, because I had this under editorial at a point. I didn't know where to put this. I didn't know if I was to put this in landscape. I didn't know if to put this in editorial. I didn't know where this would go. And then I read his entry, and he said creative. And I said, you know what? Great. He's going to take a black and white, but we can make him an honorary mention in the in the creative, and open up some space for some others to win. But yet I could not speak about this photo. Yeah.
The depth that you get from the net under the water, and like looking through the water, like you mentioned, like it's just, it's wonderful.
It's phenomenal. Phenomenal shot. Ghost, any thoughts on this shot?
Ghost may be away.
Okay. No worries, Ghost. All right.
Mark, I want to jump in and say a little something.
Sure. Yeah, that's our winners, guys. Go ahead, Chiro.
Actually, yeah, you go ahead. You wrap up, and then I have something to say.
I was just I'm gonna say, guys, those are the selected photos. I think we got them all. Like I said, I don't think anyone should feel any particular way. My objective was to really create a great exhibition of different photos. Some things changed during the exhibition, during the on open call, which will be corrected for the future. I only see these getting stronger and better. And this is the level of quality that I'm looking for. And I think anyone can attain this quality. I don't think you have to be a great photographer and have a portfolio of 1,000 great photos. I think anyone can attain a great photo. Anyone, right? So this is the type of level It just so happened that there was some great photographers embedded in this competition. I wanted to open it up. I wanted to make it fair for everyone. I believe I did that. And I did want to showcase more than what I was confined to, which will change in the future. I wanted to stay true to my heart. I wanted to stay true to my beliefs. And there is not one photo on this selection that I would not want to say that I shot myself. And I think that probably says it all. And it's probably another 10 that I could have got on here as well, easily. But I had to pump my brakes. I'm looking forward to the future, but that's it. Go ahead, Chiroa. You want to take over and
I just want to, well, first of all, thank everybody who came onto Webby, submitted their artwork. Phenomenal job. I want to remind people too, like you can resubmit these to other open calls as well. So don't feel that just because you submitted once that's it. If you weren't selected today, like don't be shy, submit again. There's going to be so much coming in the future. But I also want to make sure that everyone was aware that if you were selected, you should have your tag now showing on your artwork on Webby. And that also everybody that was selected also got 50 XP awarded to them as an extra bonus as well, and should have gotten their notification that they got their badge as well.
Before we get back on screen and we say goodbye to everybody, I think everybody who entered deserves this briefly. So these were the plates that I drew from, and these were all the entries. I think I have all of them. Don't be upset if I miss any of these. Owls asked me to do this, and we thought it would be a great idea, and so I'm just going to do this very quickly. I'm just going to go through these really fast. I'm going to skim through them and just say a couple things about them. Bane, you entered a lot of photos. I'd like to see better composition. When you're shooting wildlife, get down with the wildlife. Get down, bro. Get even the way the owls was shot. Get even with that wildlife. It gives it brings you into the wildlife's domain. And then you really feel like the way we saw the dogs or the way we saw the owls. We felt like we were in their habitat. Don't be lazy when you shoot. Don't shoot animals from up above, or get down there on their same level. Get eye level with that wildlife. It gives a completely different perspective to that photo. And that's what I was looking for. Chat. I didn't know whether it was landscape or animal or wildlife. If it was wildlife, I wanted to see it closer. If it was landscape, I would have loved to see it. I would have loved to see a little more in the sky. Give me a little something more in the sky, a little more color, a little more life, a little more action. Minalisa, with these other, this one right here, Bird is Mortal. Shift the camera. I felt like it needed to be shifted a little bit more. Red Illusion. I don't like when models are hunched over. Just something there bothers me. Okay, let's see. What else do we got? Five Shadows. I felt like it needed to be, the composition needed to be a little bit more. Erdem. Archana. It's just, it's felt like a shot that you would take walking through somewhere. I need a little better composition on that photo. Let's see, what else do we have? Just wanted to run through these so you guys know what I was looking for. AI. Siselka. These are great photos, but I felt like you had a better submission. We had just done the show, Sash, and I saw everything that you had to offer, and I felt like there was a better submission to offer. Also, the black and white with I didn't know what to do with it. But creative, I wasn't sure. But I felt like you had better submissions, and I would have liked to seen a better submission. Marc Ratchatata, Train Market, I thought it was a great shot. It killed me to knock it out. There was just better. Creative. When you're shooting a model, I want to feel like they comfortable. Sometimes models it takes a long time for someone to get comfortable. That's on the photographer as well. The way they're laying, the way they're positioned, not sure if the photo's coming out good. Comfortable. I want to see comfortable in the face. Okay,
Mark, put the camera on you, or put the art full screen, because everyone's just staring at my mug.
Oh, okay. I got you. Let me. Yeah, you know what? We could do this double. Hang on. We could send this up. Okay. Oh, all right. There we go. I'll leave the winners, and I'll just here. City in the Storm, Mayu. I thought this was an amazing photo. I wanted this photo to win. Just I don't know what bothered me about it. I think it was maybe the composition was a little off. Photo Gra Haneke. I would have liked to seen this a little more zoomed in. I would have liked to see this photo. It's not going to look good. It's going to look digital pixel. I would have liked to seen something like this submitted. If you would have submitted something like this, bring me into the world. I want to feel like I'm in part of that animal habitat. That's what's super important. Mohammed, like I said, he a lot of great shots. MPix, I think, was a video. Okay, Estefano. I would have liked to seen a little more going on in the background here. Just the blue sky, empty. But great shot. I just would have liked to seen a little bit more. What else? Christian, this was a great photo right here. Let me make sure. There we go. Rees, the anchor photo. Give me better composition. Give me a little depth of field. Give me a foreground and a background, and give me some clouds in the sky. Snapshot. I love this photo, but I would have liked to seen something in here, a subject. I would have liked to seen, I don't know what is standing here, but I love everything about this photo. I would have liked to seen a subject in this photo. Otherwise, I just felt like you shot a dance floor. And I think it was a great photo. It was a great creative photo, but I would have liked to seen something going on here. Give me a dog sitting down. Give me a human posing. Give me something, something that adds to this story. Just have someone standing there, like a Terminator or something. Ciraforo Hax Hamo. I felt like this would have been a great black and white. Great black and white. Ermac, the black and white that you submitted, I would have liked to seen a little more contrast. I felt that the whites were too muddy. I think if you would have tweaked it, it was a winner. But I felt like it was a little too. It wasn't. I didn't get the full black and white feel. Let's see what else. And I'm talking to people that I felt like who could have really competed. Yarko, I would have liked to seen something better than a leaf. I would have liked to seen a wildlife, animal, something there. Great photo, but a leaf wasn't enough for me. Alex, great shot as always. Haneke, I loved this swan photo. I felt like it was a winner. It was tough to have it in there with the other guys. I also feel like it should have been a little further in, right? I feel like it should have been a little close. I want to be closer. I love everything. I just felt I was too far away from the subject. That's just a matter of camera lens. Not everybody can afford a 200. They're expensive cameras, but in post process, Swan Lake is an easy winner. I want to be a little more in there. Yeah. This one, the one with the pink flower, post. If there was some post here, make the colors pop a little more. I would have liked to seen some post. Karina, I love this photo. I felt like there needed to be something in the background, like a pink gradient of some sort. Give me something in the background with a little depth of field, and this would have been a winner instantly.
Mark, can you go full screen on the Webby and then click on the photo just a little bit more?
So this is everybody's entries. Can I bring up everybody's entries on the?
Yeah, hold on a second. Let me.
Those are screenshots he's made, I think.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah. These are screenshots. Is there any way to bring up all the entries or no?
Yeah. Just give me 30 seconds.
Okay.
Go back to Webby real quick. Bring up Webby when you get a chance.
Okay.
Bring it up on the screen real quick.
All right, I'm here.
And then what I want you to do real quick is log into the open calls page and then go full screen real quick.
Okay.
And give me just a second. I'm going to make just a quick adjustment for you.
Thank you.
So just give me like 30 seconds and I'll let you know when to check it out.
Yeah. No worries. Hang in there, guys, because, I'm going to go over everything.
I'm curious now what he's gonna change.
He's going to give me access to all the entries.
Just hit refresh real quick one more time if you don't mind, just on the page. And let's just see if it works. Just hit refresh on that page.
Done.
And then scroll down.
You want me to hit all open calls?
Yeah, select that.
I got it. Thank you.
I
Excellent.
can't.
I got it. Yeah. Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, this is what I needed. Okay, this is perfect. Okay, let's go run through this real quick. AI. Winner. Nahir. I thought this was a fantastic shot. I would have liked to see a little something more in the background. Give me a little bit of a gradient. Give me some depth.
Click on the shot, Mark, so we see which one you're talking about.
I do. I have it open right now.
Okay, sorry. It's just slow on mine.
Yeah. No worries. I thought this was a great photo. I would have liked to seen more. Maybe more matches. Maybe something going on in the background. I know you did the isolation thing, but I felt like, yeah, there's something. I needed more. I needed more here. I needed a little depth of field. Pedro, great shot. Too dark. Just too. I need a little more contrast in here. I need a little more subject, a little more background. And guys, I'm not saying this is right or wrong. I'm just saying if you want to know why I picked what I picked, this was my mentality. That's all. Dorothy, I needed more drama. Maybe the picture was bigger, maybe more zoomed in, better composition. I felt like maybe this bush on the right-hand side distracted me from the big tree that was. I mean, it's a great shot. It's a winning shot, but I feel like if you zoomed in just a little bit more and ran that tree up the right side and knocked out this little distraction here down in the left-hand corner, I feel like, it's just, I could make changes to these and make them winners, but that's not part of, I'm not allowed to do it, and I was thinking that all the time, looking at them like, shit, if you would have just gave me a little bit of a better composition, it would have hung in there. Astrologer, I needed a little more sky. Just needed a little something. It's not enough here. Not enough story for me. I needed a little more sky, a little more contrast. Mayu, once again, I thought this was a great shot. I too much on the bottom. Should have cut the bottom off, focused more on the sky. Let's see. Central Station. Love this shot. Too dark. I know why it is dark. You wanted to expose the moon. I get it. I needed this straight on. I needed the moon bigger. Might have not been able to do it without the equipment. A lot of stuff is equipment related. I get it. But I've seen shots, maybe straight on, maybe a bigger moon, maybe a different perspective. Guys, sometimes you shoot from an angle that you're stuck at. Don't be lazy. Get up and move 100 feet and change the perspective. Shoot, move, shoot, move, shoot, move. Keep changing the perspective. I thought this was a great shot, a little too dark, but a great shot. Maybe a little more zoomed in would have been something. Let's see, what else? Flex. Get in there on your subject. Too far out. Get in there a little. Bring me in a little bit more. I feel like the red, that this would have made a good shot if it was like maybe more zoomed in. Sketch, great shots. Could only pick one. What else we got? Alpha, not so much up, but maybe more back out. Composition. Once again, Alpha, great photo. Get me some post. Get me something in the sky. Get me some clouds. Give me some contrast. Love what you did. Love the shot. Loved everything about this. Get some post on here. Fix the horizontal line, right? The horizontal line is off. It's tilted. It's you know what this is like? This is like if I go into your house and you got frames on the wall and your frames are tilted. I want to immediately fix your frame. I want to go. I have a bad habit of doing that. I will go right up to someone's frame and I will, tilt it. Come on, man. It's a couple degrees, but a couple degrees changes the photo. Get some blue in here. Bring some blue into this through editing, through post. What else we got? I went through these. Minalisa, I think you're very good with lighting. I like confidence in my models. I like strength. I like comfort. I don't like when models, I thought this was a great shot, but when models cover and fold, it's weak, and I don't like weak. I thought this was another great example of great lighting, but I felt like the move. I want to see it straight, forward, straight. I don't want to feel like I'm off from, I don't want to feel like I'm peeping in on the shot. I want to see her looking into the shot. I want to feel like Jaja Peaches. I want to feel like I'm in there. I want to see something straight on. What else we got here? AI. Sash. Great shot, Sash. I want to see a little more distinction between the foreground and the background. I felt like there could have been something that, maybe a light, something in here that could have really split this apart. I think this is a great shot. I felt like you had better. I felt like there could have been better submitted. What else we got? Owls. I thought you did a great job with this shot. I felt like she might have been a little uncomfortable. I think comfort comes with time and practice.
I was uncomfortable.
Okay. Okay.
It was just this is actually Mrs. Owls, and
Okay.
Mrs. Owls wanted to do a photo shoot. She's very arts and craft, and she literally went and got like I don't know if you can see, it's like a kiddie pool, filled it up with water, went to grab flowers, put it all set up, and this is not my shooting style. This is something very different. She just had an idea. She's like, bring your camera, let's go do it. She did her whole makeup and put it together. So this was a whole new side of photography that I've never touched. And this is just my wife pushing me to a different limit.
I could feel that there was some kind of uncomfortable energy in this photo. Not sure if it was you, her, wasn't sure how it happened. It's new. It's great. This is a great concept. I would have liked to seen it a little more zoomed in, a little more depth of field, right? Where, I wanted to be closer. I felt like, I don't know if, believe it or not, when you shoot, if you're uncomfortable, your model will become uncomfortable. Maybe a new style for you. But nonetheless, I thought this was a phenomenal shot. I might have zoomed it in more. I might have brought it right up to the water level of her chest, right here by the beginning of the flowers. That might change the complete perspective of this. This little edge here with the pool. I might have took some of those flowers and covered that edge so that you couldn't figure out she was in a pool, and you would imagine that, I would have cheated. I would have zoomed in a little bit, and that might have gave this a completely different feel. So once again, zooming in, zooming out, going into your photos, makes a huge difference. Cheating a photo a little bit can change the complete perspective of the photo. I thought this was a winning photo. I don't like when things are on an angle. The buildings are on an angle. I don't feel like it's straight on. Once again, zoom in. Cut out the too much. For me, a little too much of the buildings. I mean, what a great shot! What a great capture. The stillness in the shadows. Get in there. Get in there. Get in there with the owls. Make me a part of that scene. Make me a part of that scene. Renan. If you're going to give me some simplicity, give me something in the sky as well. Give me something in the sky. Give me a sunset. Give me clouds. This is as simple can get. But give me something. You had the right composition. You had the right angle. I felt like there could have been more wow power to this, right? Same thing. I'm going to say this again. I need something back here, man. I need give me something. What's she looking at? What's going on? Perfect composition, perfect framing, perfect shot, perfect wind, perfect capture, perfect with the flowers. What happened to the sky? What happened to the clouds? What happened to, where'd it go? It almost feels surreal. That affected me. I see the mountains back here a little bit. Give me something up here. Give me something a little more interesting. What else? Saji. Give me a little more depth of field. Bring her outside, Saji. Give me give me a little more something in the background. Not something so studio. Give me something else to look at, some contrast in there. Saji, I thought this was a great shot. This is a perfect example of a shot being framed wrong. I want to see the rest of her face. I want to see her lips. As a matter of fact, I had this as a contender in the black and white, and because of the wrong framing, I felt like it's the wrong, I felt like I wanted to see more of her face, maybe more of her lips. I thought this was a great shot. I just didn't think that it was, I thought it was, a little, I don't know. It could have been composition, right? Composition could have been a little bit better. If you would have gave me maybe more of her lips, more of her, more of yeah. Allie, I thought these were great shots. Why would you submit it like this? Just one. I thought these were really good shots, but maybe if they were just one shot, I didn't know what to do with that. Leah, a little depth of field here would have made this shot great. Also, get your you didn't freeze the water as good as it could have been frozen. So faster shutter speed, a little more depth of field. Maybe, push through it, everything blends. And I have a hard time when everything blends. It all feels like one big, I want to see some depth in there. Whether the foreground or the background, whatever, to me, the background is your subject. So the foreground should have been a little less or a little blurred. That comes from equipment. That comes from depth of field. What else? Embers of Silence. Great shot. Not a great pose. Great lighting, great smoke. I need to see more of her, a better pose. Too much vagueness for me. Bane, editing, post. This was a winner. It's not post correctly. I can't see what's going on in the background. The colors, there was so much more. I wish I had the time to take this shot and edit it right in front of everyone and show you the potential of this photo. You had the depth of field. You had the composition. It's too dark. I want to see, bring the exposure up. Bring the colors out. Make the colors pop. Yeah, this was a winner. Post. I don't like blurry stuff. I like to see things. This was the shot that Christian entered. This was also this was a great shot. This was a great shot. What else? Lord. I kind of felt like an abstract painting. Great shot, did a great job, but nothing. There's nothing for me to. I can't see what's going on in the background. Show me the sharpness in the water. Give me something in there that makes it interesting. Somebody's sitting there. Show me a reflection so I can see. I needed to see what, I'm curious to know what the reflection is of. And I didn't have it. And so for me, it was like, where is it? Snapshot, I needed something in here, man. I don't know if this was the lighting mechanism, but I needed somebody standing here. I thought this was such a great shot. I needed something else in here. I needed a subject, something. I wanted to see I don't know. I felt like this was Matrix. I felt like Neo should be standing here in a shadow. And he wasn't there. I didn't see it. But the lighting, the concept, everything was great about this photo. Okay, this is one that I could talk about. Composition. It's just off. I thought it was a great black and white photo. I thought it was a great shot. It's just, I wish it was taken from maybe within the boat, not hanging off the pier, or maybe center line down the boats where you saw center line and the shot became straight. Shifting over 3 feet, maybe you couldn't step on the boats, but shifting over 3 feet changes the complete composition of this shot, and I feel gives you a winner. Especially black and white, because this is not easy in black and white. Owls, just editing. I would have liked to seen some green in here. I wouldn't have liked to seen it so atmospheric blue, because then I felt like I was in a plane with you shooting.
I tried, man. Listen, I love those blues. Make it pop. Go full screen on that photo, man. It just popped for me, man. So for me, it was just a personal filtering that I really resonated with. And I didn't know how, I always take photos of when I'm up in the plane. This one I captured it perfectly. I was heading back from a trip, and I didn't realize until I started going through my photos. I'm like, damn, these blues pop. So that was just my thing, is to make it a little bit more blue. I agree with you on the greens and stuff like that. But the clouds, the forecast.
It's awesome. Here, watch my. You watching the video? You watching my hand?
Yeah.
Okay, when my hand does this.
Turn it.
Yeah.
Turn the photo.
Yeah, tilt it a little.
Okay, got you.
You know what I'm saying? Like when
I was on my phone, so it wasn't. It was the best I got with it, but I agree with you.
Just give it a.
I'll get better.
When I look at a photo and my first instinct is to look at the photo and go like this or go like this, that's immediately like composition is off. It's just give me balance. There's a balance to a photo. Balance is important. If the balance is off, something bothers the viewer. This I felt was a winner. I would have liked to seen something in this. Like if you would have got some really crazy clouds or some blue, some sun, this would have been difficult. Right angle, right shot. Just unfortunately, I wanted a little something more in the background. And the same thing goes for Ant. I thought he captured such a great shot here. But the sky, when I see a sky like that, you know what I do? I go, bleh, and I don't want to do that when I look at a photo. I don't want to go blah. I want life. I want action. I want details. And here I am looking at this beautiful landscape, but yet the sky is just blah, right? And maybe if there was some breakups of the clouds and some blue in there, I'd have been like, oh, we got a winner. There was more to that photo. Sangram, excellent photographer. I thought this was a great photo. Unfortunately, I thought he submitted better. Shams understands about balance and composition, straightforward. Chiroa understands about that too because her bark photos were perfectly placed and straightforward. Maybe a little depth of field, maybe a little editing. This guy Varum, he's a great photographer when it comes to wildlife. I would have liked to seen a little more background, a little more. When I think of wildlife, guys, I think of National Geographic, like you said, right? I feel like I want to see the animal in its habitat. And I feel like he took the animal and put them on black backgrounds. And this might be great for product shots, but when I see wildlife, I want to see that animal I want to see the animal in the background. And that's what bothered me about these. I felt like these were too creative for a wildlife shot. I love this shot. Min Blue. I love this shot. I needed something more. It's just so minimalistic. It's so beautiful. It's beautiful as a minimal photo. Maybe the sun needed to be a little higher up. Maybe I needed a little more background. Maybe I needed a little more clouds. I needed something, some birds, something. I needed something in here. I felt like it was too open, it wasn't enough. And if there's not enough, it bothers me. Okay, let's see. Oh, you know what? This is what I wanted to talk about. Once again, Min Blue. I'm going to give you get down, right? Get in and get some depth of field. I don't want to see a cut off trunk. I felt like this was a great photo. Get in there and do some post. Knock that trunk out of there. Bring the focus to just the two birds. Give me some depth of field. Blur everything out behind the two birds. You could do it with lens. You could do it in post. I felt like if these two birds were standing off the background, winner. I thought this was a great shot, but Alex produces great shots. This post, right? This is post. What else do we have? Logic. I just needed a little something more. I didn't know what to do with this. I didn't know if it was creative. I didn't know if it was black and white. I just also I felt like it hurt. So when I do that, it's the composition's off. You could see the horizontal lines. If you're going to shoot something straightforward, make sure those horizontal lines are horizontal. Get pull down your Photoshop guides and measure them to the straight lines. That's important. Get those lines straight. Tweak the photo. Tweak the edges. Andrea. Andrea, you had so much better to submit, and I wanted to see better. There was too much going on in here for me. I didn't know where to put this, and I want to see you. I would have liked to see you and the focus on you. And I've seen so much better from you. So I felt like I would have liked to seen better entered. Bane, same thing. Animal, wildlife. Get down there. Get in there. Get down and in. Ant, zoom in. Completely different shot. I think I did that. Karina, great shots. I feel like this is post right here. I feel like this was a great shot, but it needed some post to it. It needed to be a little crisper, a little sharper. The colors a little bit more. Like I said, if I had time and I could edit these and show you what these photos could really become, I thought this was a great shot. I just needed something in the background. I thought this was a fantastic shot. Black and white. Why didn't color glamour? I didn't know what to do with this glamour, but it was black and white. So, it was hard to compete with the other ones that were submitted. But I thought this was a fantastic shot. I would like to see this in color, actually, if it was in color. But I thought this was a fantastic shot. But it's difficult for me to rank it up with the black and whites. Alexander, great shots all around. Chiroa, you had the right composition. You had the right shot. I don't know. Maybe I needed like a praying mantis or something walking on there. Something. I needed a little something in here. And I would have been like, oh, shit, that's a winner. Let's see. Let's go screw this. I'm going to say this again. I felt like this was a winner, but I felt like the winner, I needed maybe to be a little further in. A little further in. And then also, I think maybe that horizontal line is off a little. Editing. I would have liked to seen a little diversity in the background here. I would have liked to seen a pink gradient. I think that would have made this shot from here to here. I would have liked to seen a little spotlight of pink. Otherwise, great, phenomenal shot. Leah, would have liked to seen a little more sunset in the background. Give me. You missed it. You missed it. There was more here, and it was just shot at the wrong time. Maybe you missed the time. Maybe there's other shots. I would have liked to seen some sunset. Great shot. Once again, Subrohit. Subrohit, do I have that right? This is a phenomenal shot. But very good photographer. I thought this was another great photo. Decided to go with a different photo. I thought this was another great photo. This was, but I rather have went with the plain photo than this photo. Phenomenal capture. Just, I don't know what bothers me about this. I just think this is a phenomenal capture. But there's something amiss here. I don't know what. I don't know if it's the composition of it. Something just, I don't know. Something just doesn't line up with me. Owls, I would have liked to seen these people out of here. I thought this was a fucking great shot. This was a great shot. I would have liked to seen a little more blue in the sky, and I would have liked to not seen anybody. I don't want to feel like I'm on a class trip or I'm waiting online. This would have gave me problems if nobody was here. And this is one of those examples where it was like, man, if I took this into editing and made these changes, this photo would be a problem. It would be a winner. But because these people were all standing here, I couldn't, I wouldn't want those people on my wall. Yeah. Maraza, animals, get down, get in there, get lined up with them. Make me feel like you're in their habitat. Make me feel like I'm one of the animals in there with them. Yeah. That is some thoughts. Owls asked me to share some of my thoughts, and yeah, okay, so that's it. Guys, that is the end of the show. I think we lost Owls. I'm going to move back over to the main camera. I don't know if we still have Chiroa. I know we have Ghost, but we are going to say goodbye to everybody. So let me re-rig. I just wanted to do that quick rundown for everybody, for anyone who might have said, why. I want to get on here and I want to thank everyone. I want to end with that. So let me get my, nope. Okay, that's full, that's double. Let me get this back. Ghost, you're on screen. Chiroa, okay. I'm going to get back to this, and I'm going to, you know what? Hang on, Ghost. I'm gonna cut out. I'm gonna end it. I'm gonna get back on. I'm gonna thank everybody. I don't think we need these guys back. If they come back, we'll get them on to say hello. Ghost, hang on for 1 second. I'll get you to say goodbye real quick. But let me close out the show. A little bit of a long show, guys, but a lot of good information. I wanted to make sure I took the time to go over everything because we're going to do another one, and I want people to know what they're submitting to. I want to see stronger photos. I want to see stronger submissions. Okay, so for the future of this now, a lot of you guys did not enter high-res photos. So our plan is to print 13 by 19. I will need to reach out to you guys. If you're watching, if you're not watching, we need the large res photos. We can't print good prints without them. We can't put on an exhibition without them. So if you're interested in being part of the exhibition, you need to get the winners. We need to get those high res photos in so we could get them to the printer. I'm going to give 48 hours on that. Everyone's going to get an email and be contacted as soon as this show is over. That being said, if you want to be part of the exhibition, which will be held at Dream Canvas Gallery, we will be putting them 13 by 19, mounting them in mats and plastics, and we will be mounting them on a best of the best exhibition wall. From there, you heard me and Ghost and Josh. We're all working behind the scenes to bring a live auction show to life. I'm not going to give a date on either of those because we need to get the files, we need to get them printed, and then we need to get them up. I'm aiming for the 12th of December. I would like the exhibition to go 2 to 3 weeks. And then at the end of that, I would like to do the live auction show. That might lead us into the beginning of January or the end of December. Not sure yet. Don't quote me. Those are our plans. Things have changed due to some complications and some misreads with the size of the photos. But we're going to correct all that. We're going to get through that. We're going to finish that. And we're going to end this the right way. On that note, I want to congratulate all of the winners. I want to say thank you to everyone who entered. I do not think anyone should be discouraged. There were a lot of entries that were hair away from being a problem. Also, you guys went up against some pretty powerful photographers. I want to see the next one get even bigger and better. I want to see the competition level rise. I wanted to set the bar with the level of quality of photo that we were looking for, the level of creativity, and I feel like that has now been set. And I would like to see now everyone who fell below that bar raise their. I want to see everyone bring that creativity, that quality up, because now you guys see. I did take the last hour of the show to go over changes that I would have made to a lot of those photos that would have really put them in contention. So you know what I'm looking for. So you know what, we'll keep an eye out for the next one. On that note, I want to say congratulations once again to everybody who won. You'll be getting an email from me for the high-res photo, or you can send the high-res photo to Marc Mauro at questionmark.com. That's MARCMAURO at QUESTIONMARC.com. On that note, we will keep you posted when the live exhibition. The next show you will see will be from the live exhibition. We will go live. We will show everybody's work on display. We're excited to do that. We're excited to print these out. Big shout out to Josh for stepping up with the printing. A big shout out to Mary Beth for giving us Dream Canvas for the exhibition. Big shout out to Ghost for working on the back end of the live auction. And once again, huge shout out to Chiroa and Owls Webby Social for bringing this all together, making this happen. Yeah, that is the end of the show. On Friday, we have a guest. We have an artist, 9 to 11. Chris will be coming on. He's a painter in real life, not part of Web3. So I invite you guys to be part of that show. And then we have TGIF at 1 p.m. On that note, guys, that is the show. I want to thank everybody for tuning in, watching. I want to congratulate all the winners. Like I said, some complications, but we had to make some adjustments. The live reveal was originally supposed to be in the gallery, but because we don't have the high-res photos, we had to do some creative processing. And shout out to Chiroa for that, because I wanted to let the winners know. I wanted to get that out there. And now we can move on to our next phase. We will correct all of the mistakes for the future, and we will look to do bigger and better for the next one. So on that note, that is the best of the best. Webby Social, Dream Canvas, Ghost, Theory of Color, and yeah, I want to thank everybody for being a part of this and looking forward to doing this again. Till then, we'll see you on the flip side, guys. On that note, I'm going to bring, Chiroa, would you like to say anything to anybody before we say goodbye? Hang on, let me bring you on. Chiroa, I didn't want to just cut out, but we're here and you're back. You and Ghost are back. Is there anything you would like to say before we say goodbye to everybody?
Just a congratulations to everybody. I think it was really phenomenal, and going to bring up our game for the next one. We're all going to have some fun. I'm really looking forward to seeing it all on the wall. I think everybody is. And I'm really excited to see what Ghost is going to create there. So we'll have some follow-up conversations, I think.
You know what? I'm already thinking bigger prints, the bigger space, digital
slow down, slow down.
I'm already thinking photography, possible printings. Maybe we get a feature in magazine, something. My mind's already going, but we're going to finish this one up. We're going to see how this works out. Ghost, any last thoughts, final words?
About the whole show and everybody. Congratulations to the winners and the ones who didn't win. Like I always keep this little can of WD-40 around. Like it's always somewhere around the house because it's super handy. Like I don't know people if they know it. Like if you know where the name comes from, WD-40 stands for water dissolvent formula 40, because the guy, he was like creating and the 39 first didn't work. So number 40 became like one of the biggest use cases in the world. So I think this is a big reminder to keep trying and keep putting yourself out there time and time again. And maybe number 2, maybe number 40, who knows, but you'll get there if you keep trying. So thank you all. Have a great night and congratulations to the winners. Thank you.
Okay. All right, guys, hang on. I'm gonna say goodnight to
Actually,
everybody.
Mark, I'm gonna go through and create your winner slideshow
Okay.
later on, and I'll also have a winner slideshow up on Webby as well, and we'll update the blog, so we'll include all of the winners in there as well, so they have something to point to as well for portfolio in the meantime.
Excellent. I'm going to make a thread. I'm going to dump all the winners on the thread as well, tag all the X pages. Maybe I'll make a little slideshow of all the winners as well, and throw them up, on posts, and congratulations to the winners. Yeah, guys, let's take a minute and say goodnight to everybody, or goodbye to everybody. I'm just going to roll through the profiles. Over on what up, Big Money? I see you out there. Thank you for joining in. Thank you for being part of the show. Quiet on YouTube. What up, Ghost? Over on me and Ghost are over on Twitch. Over on IG, Expo Chromaverse. Hito, congratulations. Sawa V, Laura Fulch, Nelia, Ozeniana, Mariana, Marcus Aurelius, Pega. Good morning, Pega. Nutrition twins. Brick City Boxing. Thank you, Mariana. Pega. Thank you, Pega. Dorica. Thank you, Dorica. Lunar. T-Bart. Danny. Lord. What's up, Lord? I saw you come and go. Gina. Cowart Sarable. Mario Enrique. Danny and Goodin. Good to see you guys. Thank you for tuning. Thank you for being part of the show. Thank you for tuning in. Last but not least, let's get over here to X and say goodbye to these guys. Okay, X. Holy shit, this was a 4-hour show? Wow. Holy shit. Are you kidding me? We went 4 hours? I thought this was a 3-hour show.
Yeah, 4 hours. It's
Holy
been a long one.
Oh, wow. This was a long one. Okay. Hito, congratulations. Thank you for joining. Thank you for tuning in. Have a good time in Art Basel. Haneke, thank you for being part of the competition. Get. I would watch some. Get on some YouTube and check out some Photoshop post photos. And I think you're inches away from a win. I just think you need a little tweaking. Get in there a little closer on the photos. Get the colors popping. You're very close this time. That swan photo was a very close one. Leah, thank you for joining. Thank you for being part of this. Thank you for tuning in. Hopefully you guys got my creative thoughts. Mayu, congratulations on the win. Aya, nice to see you, Aya. Thank you for joining. Thank you for tuning in. Astrologer, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for joining in. Centaurus, Shaker, good to see you. Thank you for joining. Thank you for tuning in. Lord, thank you for joining and being part of this. Thank you for entering and being part of the competition. I look forward to the next one, and I look forward to the future. I think that covers all you guys. All right, that's it. That's the show. Guys, Chiroa, I want to thank you and Webby and Owls for everything. I didn't realize this was a 4-hour show. I didn't even realize we went as long as we did. Ghost, I want to thank you for everything. A definite long show, but a great one. And well-deserved for all the winners. And then I like the fact that I took a moment to explain everything and talk about my thoughts and what went on in my head as I was judging and curating. So, guys, I'm going to cut out now. I'll play a song, the same theme song, get out of here. And I appreciate everything you guys have done. And thank you for hanging out on the show. And I'll see you guys in Web3. You're welcome, Haneke. I look forward to seeing all of you guys in the next one. The best of the best too. The future will be coming. So on that note, I'm going to play us out. I'm going to open this up. I'm going to let these photos play us out on full screen. There we go. Full screen. And guys, thank you for entering. Thank you for being a part of this, and appreciate y'all. We will see you on the next show.
Oh, I'll be around. Yeah, you know I've got the time. I just wanna heal your body, baby. Make it all fall into line. So, baby, when you get that feeling, oh, I wanna give you that midnight healing. Yeah. I just wanna make sweet love to you, girl. Ain't gonna do you no harm. Midnight well, I just wanna heal your body, baby. Oh, I just midnight healing. I just need
You're playing with my mind, woman. Always accusing me of doing wrong. I say, you're playing with my mind, woman. Always accusing me of doing wrong. can see your lights on, woman, but I can't see nobody home. Now here come my mother-in-law. It's the same every day. Ever since we've been married, baby. She's trying to drive me away. Now you're still accusing me. Accusing me of doing wrong.
See you guys on the next one.
Well, I can see your lights on, baby.
See everybody on the next one. Congratulations to the winners. That was a damn good show. Peace.